multi-node optimization. All of these are very positive. And then you add to it maybe a corridor for nearshoring in maybe North Africa and places like Turkey. So I think Europe is well situated to take advantage of kind of what's happening around it and turn it into a competitive advantage.
Yeah, go ahead. I was about to ask you, what's holding it back?
No, the headwinds are, I think it's energy, the price of energy. I think maybe 2 to 3 times higher than the US. Maybe labor laws that are a little bit less flexible. And then, in my mind, more importantly, is the deployment of AI. So the deployment of AI is a much slower rate than the US.
Can you give us an example of that? Because JXO has business, obviously, in Europe compared to the US.
So actually, we deploy technology at the request of our customers. So we see a lot more demands in the US than we see in Europe. Now, it's actually part of it. Personally, I think part of it is a little bit cultural. US, I think people are willing to take a little bit more risk than other parts of the world. And maybe also the proximity to all these mega scalers. Mm-hmm. A lot of them are our customers. Really allow you to deploy maybe in North America faster than elsewhere right now.
You know, we've talked about the US tariffs, we've talked about the uncertainty in the Gulf. But when you mentioned there about people in the US being willing to take more of a risk when it comes to trying new things or inventiveness in that way, how much has changed in the US since the tariffs have been imposed elsewhere? I mean, has it affected, from your perspective, anything in a negative way? Or
in my mind, there is no negative or positive, it's just change.
Okay.
And what we observe is, 3 trends. Number one is really this concept of single sourcing. So every company is moving away from that concept. So again, not going for the most efficient supply chain, but building flexibility. So every one of our customers is now going at least to dual sourcing, usually dual country sourcing. Second thing, they're trying to front load or try to find the right time to front load their inventory, which create for them cash flow issues, but also for logistic companies, it's really the peaks and valleys, so it's hard to manage these inventory flows. And last, as I always said, they're asking for deployment of automation and technology to help them manage. But those are the 3 trends that consistently every customer is asking for.
Are you saying in a sense that culturally they are prepared to embrace change more, or even the uncertainty than perhaps
historically? Yeah, to be honest with you, it's part of everybody's realized this is the norm now. It will be very difficult to make the change now, so they're building the robustness, the resilience, the flexibility in their network. And a lot of them are reshoring in North America, either onshoring or nearshoring, manufacturing. So we see maybe 4-time investment in bringing manufacturing to the US. But the issue is now becoming the availability of labor. So it's that dichotomy. Where are you going to find the labor? And this is why, again, another investment loop now more in manufacturing in terms of automation, what we call physical AI, which is really humanoids, and digital AI to try to figure out this very difficult situation that we all find ourselves in.
So if you had €1 billion to invest, why do I have a feeling that you would say you'd invested in AI?
Actually, but to be honest, the combination of physical and digital AI is the future of logistics and the future of manufacturing. So definitely that will be where I will invest it.
Is there any investment you wish you had made to date, bearing in mind that it might have been difficult to foresee where we are in 2026?
I wish I invested in some of the mega scalers earlier on. As you can see, some of the valuation that you see in the market is, it's actually probably a little bit of a hype, to be honest with you, because the value of AI. So there's a lot of investment by a lot of companies in AI, but maybe they're not getting the value they expect. But a lot of it is really related to the two things. The quality of the data that the company has been curating for the last several years was done for different reasons. We did it for big data, trying to get insights and all that. Data for AI is very different. This is where the investment in data engineering, data product, etc., now is happening more and more. So that's number one. Second, AI transformation, people are bringing it as like an add-on to their current business, and that does not work. So it's marginal. Capturing value from AI really requires reimagining all the processes through an AI lens. So it has to be the center of what you do is AI. And you have to reimagine every business process, every business decision now has to be centered around AI. And that's the transformation that, as a company, GXO, that's what we've been doing over the last several months. And that transition from AI is a secondary thing that we use, gives you very little benefit. When it becomes everything you do is AI first, really transforms a company.
Presumably because logistics is the lifeblood of your company.
It's what we do, and the capability to extract efficiency from our teammate, make better decision, respond faster to our customer, is really, that's what allowing us to do that, and in a time frame that we will never be able to achieve if we did not adopt this technology.
Let me ask you two questions, one short term and one somewhat longer term. Is there anything you're underestimating in this current cycle now? Anything that is striking you that maybe you've missed or that there is on the horizon that you might, for justifiable reasons, not have anticipated?
I think it's probably the speed of physical AI. So we all thought it's coming. And I'm a strong believer in technologies now is moving at an exponential rate. And as a human, we cannot think exponentially. We always think linear. So exponentially means everything that happened, the transformation that happened in the last 50 years will happen in the next 2 years. It's very hard for us to fathom that level of change. But unfortunately, that's what's happening around us. So if you ask me even 6 months ago, where do I think humanoids will be, I would say maybe 5 years from now. Now I think it's more like 18 months. And us as a company, we're making investment because we believe that these things are especially the no-code, new algorithm being built and self-taught humanoids are really making impressive progression. And we believe we're going to have more of them next to our employees doing regular work in our facilities.
Well, you've answered my second question by talking about the next 18 months or so. Let me ask you, put something to you finally. Though this has been very challenging times over the last 18 months, 2 years or so, you do seem like somebody who enjoys a challenge. If you don't see anything that's happened recently as negative, it does seem that it's a challenge of logistics for you. Are you optimistic?
Oh, very much. And maybe that's how I'm built, and this is why I spent my entire career in technology. Now, I'm a strong believer that technology, of course, is a dual-edged sword, but it can be used to solve humanity issues. It's always if it's used properly, of course, it can be the agent to create value, again, hopefully for society, number one, shareholder, employees, in that order, if we manage it correctly. Of course, any technology have a dual usage, and we just need to ensure that our legislators do their part and ensure that these technologies are used in the proper way.
All right. Thank you so much, Nizar Trigu. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The Chief Technology Officer. I promoted you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fionnuala. Thank you, Nizar. We're back with an editorial session now, hosted by the Reuters newsroom. One of the world's most iconic diamond companies is reinventing itself. I'll let our next host take it from here. Clara Danina is Reuters mining correspondent for the EMEA region. She will be in conversation with DeBeers Group CEO Al Cook. Come on out when you're ready, both of you.
Morning, everyone. Morning and welcome. Al Cook, CEO of the world's biggest diamonds company for over 3 years now.
Yeah, right? Yeah, almost 4.
What a ride.
It has been.
Traveling around the world, meeting stakeholders everywhere. Even Taylor Swift, who wore 30 carats of your diamonds at the Golden Globes. Her engagement ring was a DeBeers one. I mean, that must have felt like a marketing dream. But the reality, right? So let me start there. If not even the world's biggest pop star can lift the diamond market, what will?
So I think Taylor Swift does have huge influence over the world, and it's wonderful. If you look at the engagement ring that Taylor has chosen, it's a natural diamond. But more interestingly than that, it's not your traditional white diamond that has been so favoured. It's a large off-white diamond, a kind of champagne colour, in a very old-fashioned cut called an old mine cut. So it's all about individuality. So I think, actually, if we look at what Taylor Swift has chosen as her engagement ring, it tells us a lot about Gen Z and their desire for individuality. But you're right, Clara. We're living in a really turbulent world at the moment, and the diamond industry is no exception to that. To answer your question, I think we have to ask our question, why do people love wearing natural diamonds? If I look around London, if I look around this conference, why do people choose to wear a diamond? And I think it starts with beauty. People love to wear something beautiful. They love to own something beautiful. But a flower's beautiful. So what is it more than a flower? So I think there's something around its hardness, its endurance. I think it's incredible. I'm wearing a diamond here today. This diamond's more than 1 billion years old. I don't know about you. I can't even comprehend 1 billion years. So there's something about durability. It's going to last over time. But then there's a final factor, which is about rarity. It's about having something special, something truly rare. If you took all the polished diamonds in the world, you could fit every single one that's ever been brought out of the ground in a London bus. Again, a mind-boggling analogy. But that shows how rare things are. Now, we have seen in natural diamonds our version of AI, which is synthetic lab-grown diamonds coming in. And that's really challenged our industry. It's cannibalized a certain amount of it. So
and how is it going now? How is it? How is demand going now? You mentioned Gen Z. Sounds like they are buying bigger diamonds compared to baby boomers, right? But are they still doing that? Is demand picking up? Are you seeing any pocket of that?
So in the last year, we've seen demand pick up. But that's the first time in a few years. So if you look at the last 5 years as a whole, demand has come down. And what we've seen, a little bit like AI in so many industries, AI in music, AI in art, AI in news, we've seen synthetic diamonds come in and take a proportion of the market, particularly the lower cost diamonds, people who want to buy an engagement ring but don't want to spend too much money. We've seen a lot of that market cannibalized, and we've seen the overall diamond market come down 3 years in a row, 2023, 2024, 2020, beginning of 25, and now beginning for the first time in 3 or 4 years to pick up. But it's been a challenging few years.
And so is there any evidence of that demand staying in the first few months of 2026? I mean, despite the impact of, obviously, the energy crisis, war in Iran on consumer spend?
It's a good question. So what we're seeing is what we call a K-shaped recovery. So particularly larger, higher quality diamonds are going up in price and they're going up in demand. But the bottom part of the K, lower quality, smaller diamonds, we're still seeing the price for them maintain at quite a low level. And of course, when you bring diamonds out of the ground, you can't just choose to bring the Cullinan diamond out of the ground. We bring the vast majority of the diamonds we bring out of the ground are smaller diamonds. So for us, what we want to be seeing over the next few months and years is that top part of the K grow and the bottom part of the K get pulled up. That's our challenge at the moment.
And is that in China as well, that you're seeing that same K-shaped demand?
It's a global thing, particularly in the United States. We're seeing it because the United States represents about half of our market. More than half of the diamonds in the world are sold in the United States. In China, we've seen a couple of really interesting things happen. Certainly at the high end, we see globally demand for beautiful, large diamonds. China's actually been affected by a plummeting marriage rate. So we've seen the number of marriages in China go down by about 50% over the course of the last decade. So China's got its own challenges. Over the last year or so, we've seen China bottom out and market demand begin to pick up. But China's had its own big challenges around marriages, which are frankly bigger than the diamond industry.
And will you keep cutting supply then?
So we say that we supply responsibly into the market. Because we've seen 3 years of falls in demands before the recent pickup, we are seeing the effects of that on supply. So in Canada, there are 3 big diamond mines. Likely those will all close, quite possibly by the end of 2027. So that'll be the end of Canada producing diamonds. We saw a diamond mine in Lesotho closed recently. We saw a diamond mine in South Africa close. So we are seeing a contraction in supply. But if you look back at the history of diamonds, India was the first country to really recover diamonds, and then Brazil, and then Australia. None of those countries have any diamonds left. So overall, we expect to see a contraction in supply. Diamonds will become rarer. We've only made the whole industry's only made one commercial diamond discovery in the 21st century. So overall, we expect to see demand contract over time, and diamonds will become rarer.
And so one other thing that has kept you busy is obviously the sale of DeBeers by your parent company, Anglo-American. That's been announced in May 2024. I mean, when is that going to happen?
So I'm hopeful that it'll happen in weeks rather than months going forward. It's been a 2-year period. There's been a lot of negotiations. They're now maturing. We've never been closer than we are to a sale. I think what's good for us is we've had countries that really understand diamonds, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, talk about wanting to take equity stakes in DeBeers. We've had consortia and companies that know a lot about diamonds wanting to take stakes. So we've got, I think, all the ingredients for a really powerful private-public partnership. But as with all deals, we need to get it over the line.
And what kind of owner does this business actually need to thrive? And would you have run DeBeers differently if it wasn't in the portfolio of a mining company?
It's a really interesting question, Clara. So if you look back at when DeBeers really grew most strongly, second half of the 20th century, and what I think the Oppenheimers who owned DeBeers really understood is you need to create desire before you bring diamonds out of the ground. And it's that extraordinary combination of amazing marketing in the United States. A diamond is forever. Shirley Bassey singing songs. Marilyn Monroe talking about diamonds being a girl best friend. That really created this incredible desire for diamonds. And then we recovered diamonds out of Africa to meet that. And that's very different from mining. So we don't go out there to create copper demand. We don't go out there to create iron demand in the same way. So I think I'm very confident the next owner of DeBeers will be a very nice combination of people who understand the importance of desire as well as the importance of supply. And getting that balance right are the two things that need to be balanced to make DeBeers successful.
And would you have run it differently so far?
I think we're doing all the right things. So we've really relaunched marketing. For a period of about 15 years, you didn't see a diamond is forever, the kind of stuff that I grew up watching on television, the iconic music, the Shadows campaign. We didn't see that. So over the last 2 years, we've brought back diamond marketing. And in the United States and around the world, we're talking about a diamond is forever, of course, in a very different way. So it's all on social media now. It's not in the newspapers. It's not in magazines. So that part is probably the most powerful change we've reintroduced as we kind of bring back the ingredients of what made diamonds so loved in the second half of the 20th century.
One thing we haven't touched on is U.S. tariffs on diamonds. There has been, movement there from 50% to 25%, then talk of elimination. I don't know whether you have any update on that, but in general, how hard is it to kind of navigate through this tariff dance when you've got to run a business?
So imagine a diamond. It's brought out of the ground in Africa. It's traded in the Middle East. It's cut and polished in India, and then the majority of diamonds are sold in the United States. So it's the ultimate journey of a product. And tariffs hit us very hard. They hit us because 90% of the world's diamonds are cut and polished in India, and the United States put a 50% tariff on India. That's really challenging. We saw, even when we saw the first 10% tariffs coming through, overnight we saw the price of polished diamonds in the United States go up by 8%. So 10% tariff, 8% on our consumer prices. And I think over time, Clara, what the US government has realized is because the United States has no commercial diamond deposits, a tariff on diamonds doesn't create any jobs. And I was in Washington 2 weeks ago. I met with Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Jameson Greer, and they have a good understanding, I would say, that tariffs on diamonds only really manifest themselves in a tax on newlyweds in America. So I'm confident going forward that we'll see a much more nuanced approach, and I'm frankly confident that we won't see major tariffs on diamonds going forward. I think, to quote my colleague from Signet, America's largest jeweler, there shouldn't be a tax on love.
I'm not sure we have any question from the audience, but otherwise I'll carry on. Yes, but on the tariffs, though, hasn't damage been done already? Permanent damage, would you say?
I don't think there's been permanent damage, but I think the turbulence that we're all going through in every industry has been challenging. I think probably every person in this room would like a little bit of stability going forward, a little bit less of that moment when you look at Reuters in the morning and get surprised. But I think we would benefit from that. Our focus in DeBeers is ensuring that our company comes through this downturn we've seen in a stronger shape. I'm confident we will. We've cut our overheads by $100 million. That's by 25%. We'll double down on that going forward. We'll need to make sure that we are the most efficient company we can be. Going into the future as we go into new ownership. But overall, I'm broadly optimistic. I think we should expect turbulence, but we've shown we can navigate through it.
And could DeBeers create a secondary market for diamonds, something like Vinted, for example? Or would that be exposing you to issues of transparency and scarcity, the sense of scarcity and relevance?
It's a really interesting question. One of the characteristics of a diamond is it endures for 1 billion years. So it's the ultimate heirloom, something you can pass down. And what we see in the United States is desire for diamonds that are new. People want to mark the most important moments of their life with something that's new. But we also see people loving to inherit diamond jewelry. So I think what we're seeing is quite a nice combination, that people are very proud to inherit their grandmother's engagement ring, but they also want something new and something special to themselves. So far, we don't plan to go into pre-loved or recycled, but we are joyous that people can love a diamond from their grandmother, their great-grandmother, that looks as pristine and as beautiful as the day that she first wore it.
Look, I asked Claude, not a friend, obviously AI, what industries diamonds should learn from to rebuild the cultural relevance, and he said whiskey, sneakers, I can see some sneakers in the audience, so that must be true, and avocados. No avocados. Is AI right there?
Should we learn from whiskey, sneakers, and avocados? I think the whole world is learning from the AI revolution. So whether you're in diamonds with synthetic lab-grown diamonds, whether you're in music, where ubiquitous AI-generated music can keep you entertained for hours, whether you go on X and half the videos there are AI-generated, whether you're talking about the effect of AI on news. That's the challenge that we grapple with, and that's what we've got to learn together. I think there's a human desire for authenticity. In an age of ubiquity, desire looks to authenticity and it looks to trust. And whether that's the brand of Reuters or whether that is the trust that I'm getting a diamond that is truly a product of the earth, created over billions of years, not something ubiquitous made in its millions in Chinese factories, I think that is going to be very important going forward. So we're all on this adventure with synthetic challenges, with AI challenges. But I think we're beginning to see that trust, authenticity, rarity, something that's natural, something that comes with an assurance of its permanence, that's going to be very, very important. And that's what we can learn from.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I'll cook.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Clara. Thank you, Al. There shouldn't be a tax on love. And with that, we're going to take a break. There are refreshments outside in the networking area. There's a headshot lounge as well if you want to refresh the LinkedIn photo. If you want to participate in the finance and AI mix ahead to the engagement stage, this room, by the way, will be closed during the break for some technical checks. For everyone watching on the live stream, we'll be back at 11:20 UK time, so that's about 25 minutes from now. We will see you then. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you're all sufficiently refreshed. Quick programming note. G7's running, President Zelensky running a little bit late, about 15 minutes late. So after this next session, we're probably going to have the Reuters editors briefing, and then we will go to France and the G7 meeting and the president. But of course, this is a moving feast, so we will keep you up to date as we go. Sustainable futures also top of mind for the folks holding the purse strings. This next session is entitled Financing the Energy Transition in Aging Economies, to discuss how capital will be allocated, how risk will be shared. Please welcome Reuters correspondent Jorg Barcelli, who will introduce her panelists for this session. Thanks very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're here to talk about how the energy transition might be financed, given all the budgetary pressures we're facing in Europe, especially an aging population. I'm Jorg Barcelli, and I cover markets for Reuters here in London. And a big part of my job over the last couple of years has been charting the pressures facing the public finances. I'm really excited to delve into this topic. I'm joined by two voices who provide the kind of capital Europe needs to get the job done. Alison Martin, CEO of Life, Health and Bank Distribution at Zurich Insurance Group, and Benoit Pellual, Chief Investment Officer at Natixis Wealth Management. Let's start with you, Alison. The Iran war has really shown just how energy dependent Europe is and how the fossil fuel dependency is a big challenge here and a handicap to competitiveness. Do you think the shock will jolt Europe to up its game in the transition?
Great question. Is it going to be enough? I think in every crisis we ask the same question: is it enough for Europe to actually take action? I think the Draghi report a couple of years ago and the kind of 800 billion identification of this is how much more Europe needs to spend in order to actually be competitive. You would have thought that might have been enough. There have been some good initiatives coming out of that.
Yeah.
The question is whether Europe can execute on it sufficiently. I mean, we can maybe go into a little bit around the Savings and Investment Union. I'm sorry, I'm conscious I'm weaving in and out of mic, but we'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think, Benoit? Are you seeing enough will to step up the game here? You know, on the one hand, we've been talking about the importance of the transition, but we've also seen a bit of support for fossil fuel consumption during this crisis. Is there enough will here?
Yeah, it's a one more transition we have to do. We have so much transition to build in Europe. So this is one of the that had to the older transition. We have the technology transition as well, the demographic issues that put our growth far too sluggish. So the kind of energy transition and the problematic of the fossil fuel is one that had to the other one. So that the task is pretty hard for both government and private investors.
Yeah. Well, let's stay with that challenge a bit. I mean, you just touched upon it. We've got a rapidly aging population, which will actually start shrinking at the end of the decade. That will affect growth, and that will require a lot of spending. We also need to step up defense, not even going into the technology issue here. And we're also behind on what we need to do for the energy transition. Do you think the energy transition's at risk?
It could be. I think there is no trade-off between all of these spendings. It will be a very bad idea to put the brakes on our energy transition because, you know, it's very different. We have current spendings because of demographics, but spendings for the energy transition, it's not current spending, it's investment. And that's definitely what we need in Europe because the main problem in Europe is not the sustainability of our current spendings. The problem is the lack of potential growth. So that's why it's really important to continue to invest in our energy transition because it will provide some productivity gain, especially important in a very sluggish demographics environment. And when you have better growth prospect, when you are able to improve your potential growth, it makes far more easier to make your current spending more sustainable. So it's very important for your current fiscal credibility. So that's why we have to keep up. It doesn't have to be an excuse to put the brakes on the energy transition.
And I strongly argue it can't be. I mean, if you think, I work for an insurance company, one of the largest in the world, and we see the costs every day. I'll try this. So working for an insurance company, we see the costs every day of failure to invest in the transition and also failure to invest in adaptation. I mean, in Europe alone, the last 5 years, $200 billion of economic losses as a result of climate-related events, and that's only going to increase. Europe only needs to invest in about $70 billion of adaptation spending, and that's in the context of the $800 billion that Europe needs, in order to actually provide the resilience that the societies actually need. Now, adding on to what Benoit was saying on long-term spending, and is it a choice between investing in the transition and actually having to pay for aging populations? Of course it's not. We have to do both. If you think about Europe, Europe has a savings glut, one could argue. I mean, we have 10 trillion sat in bank accounts, in deposits, which aren't really earning very much at all. Now, if you imagine just a very small proportion of that being moved into actually useful, productive, long-term investment, exactly as Benoit was saying, that could certainly play a big role in solving for the future.
Well, that's a really interesting point, and we're seeing the EU come up with a rebranded initiative, the Savings and Investment Union, to try to tackle that. We've heard this before. We've gone through the Capital Markets Union experience. I mean, Benoit, do you think anything's really different this time?
I hope so, because it's one of the major issues, because we do not have a real unified capital market, and that's really important because, in Europe, we sit on 35 trillion euros of private savings, which is far enough to make all of those transitions. The problem is a problem of risk-taking. We have to build enough confidence and stability to make that private savings don't stay on very low risky assets and go and finance all of those transitions. And one part of the problem is that we have to build more integration within Europe. And the unified capital markets are really important. So this is important for private investors, but it's also important for companies. If you look at the unicorn companies of more than 1 billion, there is more than 50% of unicorn companies that are in the US, because it's far more easier to raise capital. You have access to a gigantic unified market. In Europe, it's less than 10%, which is absolutely not acceptable because of the weight of Europe in the world. So this is absolutely key to build that kind of unified financial market, both for private investors, but as well for companies themselves.
Yeah. I think we all know what needs to be done, but wondering, Alison, from the sounds we're getting out of policymakers, whether the EU or national governments, I mean, do you think it's different this time? Are they going to really step up to this challenge in the way Benoit just described?
I have to confess, I'm an optimist. So, do I think there's a real difference? If I look at the conversations that are being had in Europe, and it is far more about where we can deregulate rather than add yet more regulation, how can we simplify the Ombuds Agreement, etc. I think these are all steps in the right direction. Conversations we've had around the savings and investment accounts as part of the Capital Markets Union, I think are very positive in the direction of, look, this is real. I think the Irish presidency, I think, has a real opportunity now to progress that even further. The thing that we would really kind of push for, though, is that if you think what will incentivize European citizens, it builds a little bit on your point, to actually take their money out of deposits and put it into kind of long-term investments, which are going to help support our capital markets, then it's going to need to be very simple. We need to think about tax incentives. We need to think about actually what's the advice that may or may not be necessary depending on different customers as part of that, and making sure there's level playing fields across different types of industry so that all industries, whether it's insurance, asset management, banking, everyone is motivated to be trying to push this as hard as possible and get this money to work.
And what's the one thing that's making you more optimistic this time than in the past?
I think there's definitely more political momentum behind it, and I think Europe very much recognises the competitiveness challenge that it faces. If you think of how China is doing, let's talk about kind of transition and industrial competitiveness. And China, with the long-term plan, has clearly demonstrated that a bit of long-term thinking is highly valued if you want to think about the industries that are going to be successful in the future. I think Europe has learnt its lesson. Now, is that glass half full optimism versus based in reality? The proof will be in the pudding. I think the next 6 months are going to really show us whether Europe will be stepping up on the savings investment accounts.
I think there is a kind of awakening in Europe because there is, especially in front of the US, because in the US, to build this transition, it relies more on market incentives, and on the opposite in Europe is mostly enforcing the regulatory framework, which is usually perceived as a constraint. And now it's a bit changing, and there is a political momentum in Europe, especially in front of the US, because what is new in the US is that states is intervene far more in the economy, directly in the management of company, which provides more uncertainty in relative terms in the US rather than in Europe. And in Europe, there is a kind of awakening about that enforcing too much the regulatory framework could be perceived as too much constraint, and that's not the role of state. State has to build the most favorable framework and leave the risk-taking to the private sector. And I think it goes on this way, and the political momentum will probably help us for achieve that.
Maybe can I just, I don't think we can put it all on politicians either. Let's face it, I think the responsibility actually sits on business leaders. It sits on us as actually kind of participants in the financial marketplace who can actually design products and have them be great value for money for customers, and then we can actually encourage more of this money to enter into the capital markets. But also remember, we're employers as well. So how are we using that tool to help improve financial literacy of our workforce? How are we thinking about occupational pensions? Europe has obviously also been pushing auto-enrollment of pension plans. So let's not forget that as employers, we also can play a really important role in helping our employees to understand the importance of putting their money to work as investments rather than just deposit savings.
Well, as the wealth manager, Benoit, when you talk to your clients, how much will are you seeing there to finance the transition? How do they think about that versus other competing objectives, whether that's delivering returns or other investment priorities?
You know, the main issue is confidence. Once again, it's really, when I discuss with some French investors, especially as I'm French, it's really difficult to invest in the long term when you don't even know the fiscal framework for the next year. So it's really important to build confidence between governments and private investors. But when we discuss with our private investors, we explain them that spending the energy transition, it's not philanthropy, it's not a feel-good investment. It's an exposure to significant technology shift, to major innovations, research, development, and that provides, over the long term, very high-quality return for their asset allocation. So that's a very important point. It's not only doing something good for the planet. It's also a win-win situation, which is good for your savings. So that's the first point. And the second point I would mention on this. It's really important to prepare your wealth today for the future generations. You know, studies explain us that wealth tends to disappear through times. Especially, we estimate that 80% of wealth in wealthy families has disappeared at the third generation. And the main reason behind that is not the fiscal, the tax issue or bad decision in terms of asset allocation. It's mainly because of poor family governance. And when you build your asset allocation over the long run, you have to take this into account, prepare your wealth for the future generation that are more sensible to these thematics. So it's good for your asset allocation because where you invest, but it's also good to prepare for the natural disappearance of your wealth through time.
Alison, you mentioned the importance of business leaders really going on board with this. Now, we're talking about how important it is to invest in the transition, but obviously the investments have been insufficient so far. There's a shortfall in insurance underwriting for the sector as well. The fossil fuel phase-out has been slower than it needs to be to comply with the Paris Agreement? As such a big name in the sector, what's been standing in Zurich's way so far?
I could be very glib and say reality. I think what's the role of insurers? Well, we play multiple roles. If you think of it, we're long-term capital. We put about 6% of our investments goes into climate transition-related financing, usually private equity, private debt. But the reality is the bulk of our role is as an underwriter. Yeah. Because new technologies, a lot of the technologies in the renewable space, they require risk management in order to make sure that other financing can actually happen. So they need to be de-risked. A simple example, I mean, wind turbines. You know, there's more than 1,500 different types of wind turbines. Some are better than others. So the role of the insurance industry is really to help de-risk investments. Now, we also then play, and that allows for innovation. I mean, that's what actually is going to kind of, to the point you were making, I mean, this is long-term innovation, this is R&D, and this is where money is really going to deliver better returns. And then if you think about the third role that we have, it's about resilience to today's adaptation that we have to do because of the physical risk of climate change that we pay for. That's our business model, is to pay for it. So I'm not complaining about paying for it. I'm simply saying this is a reality that we see where insufficient investment is going. Now, you say, why is this taking so long? The money has got to be consistent with the financial returns. So we have to be able to deploy investment, and it's not the insurance company's investment that's being deployed, it's the real economies. We insure the real economy, we don't determine what the real economy does. And I think as the real economy decides where they're able to get those better returns, and I would strongly argue that looking at China, as I said before, would demonstrate that transition investments is where better returns is, but the real economy in Europe has to see that that's where the money is.
You mentioned the importance of de-risking. I think one of the key issues here is that I think about a third of the technology we need to deliver the transition doesn't even exist yet. This is all very risky. What needs to happen to de-risk these investments so that we can pick up pace in the way we need to? For example, as an insurer, what do you need to see change to make that easier?
Well, it's going to sound a little self-serving, but I'd say involving risk engineers and people who are deep experts in risk management early on. I mean, many of the organizations that we work with, I mean, they have fabulous risk management teams themselves. This is what they do for a living, particularly the kind of the engineering skills that we're going to need. But involving the insurance industry with our vast data sets and claims experience that we have, that allows us to try and help understand how can we try and take some of that risk out. It's involving it within the university system. Let's look at where kind of fantastic R&D comes from. It comes from the universities. So it's in great education so that people have confidence that they should be trying new things. They should be taking risks. That's what we need to encourage people to do.
I think it's definitely a key question, the risk aversion we have in Europe. Once again, I don't think that people in Europe are more risk averse than everywhere else. The reason is that we have a lack of confidence and I think predictability on what we do and a lack of long-term potential growth. That's are the key prospect. So we really need to improve the framework to enhance risk-taking by private investors. That's the most important.
What do you mean by that? What needs to change in the framework?
We need to make the regulatory framework probably a bit more flexible. It's really important to fix some reasonable targets as well, because when you always change the targets, you lack of visibility. That's precisely what people need. It's really difficult to invest in this world, which is very uncertain. You have lots of uncertainty everywhere. So I think that stability and predictability deserve a significant premium when you build asset allocation for the long run. So that's really important to act on long-term potential growth and stability perceived for the investors.
Can I just pick up on the risk aversion point? I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think Europeans, I think we are a little bit more risk averse than our American kind of counterparts. And I think that's in part because we have such fabulous social security systems. I mean, those are not bad, they're great. However, there's a conversation that has to happen around the ability of those security systems to actually continue to finance into the future. I mean, I think you were saying in your opening remarks, the additional cost that funding for pensions and old age healthcare is going to be, it's going to be 1.5 to 3 percentage points of GDP. I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of money, and that's going to result in old age kind of replacement rate, so how much people actually can get in retirement compared to what they earn today, that's going to be materially reduced. So we'll be going from the 70% of today to less than 50. So this is something that it's an honesty conversation, it's a transparency conversation that needs to happen that I think will help then tilt the risk aversion nature into we are going to have to encourage, through transparency, the citizens of Europe to take more risk, because they'll have to.
Benoit made an interesting point that we need more realistic targets. I think critics might say, does that mean targets weaken a bit? And we're seeing greenlash affecting policymaking everywhere. We've seen the impact of that on investing. Some net zero alliances have disbanded in recent years. There's an insurance one that Zurich left as well. Just wondering, when you think back to that episode, would the progress towards the transition have been different had those alliances remained in place?
No, because as I said previously, I mean, the progress to transition isn't about a group of insurers being together trying to think about how do we account for transition in an insurance context. I mean, that's not how you drive a transition. It's the real economy and how governments choose to prioritize investments in the real economy that drives it, not an insurance working group.
And you were talking earlier about the challenges of the trade-offs we're facing. Do you see enough understanding of those trade-offs among policymakers to deliver this transition?
No, I think they do not see the important role of confidence. That's why it's so difficult. That's why it's a major challenge, because building confidence is a question of time. It's really difficult for politics to build some confidence. But that's not the only question, and that's where, as asset manager, asset allocators, you have a role to play in that. It's also a question of capital allocation. You know, there is also, when you have that kind of environment with a partnership between governments and private investors, usually that's where you see some asset bubbles, which is currently one of the questions for the market scenario. And that's probably where we could be useful by enforcing the best practice in terms of asset allocation and help our clients to avoid precisely that kind of spillover effects or negative externalities.
We've actually got an audience question that fits in really well here. There's the key challenge ultimately, right? Investors want to make returns, and there's a goal here where you mentioned might be high return, but it's quite risky in the near term. It's dependent on a lot of investments that we don't quite know how they play out yet. I mean, when they're focused on returns, how do you really break out of that conundrum and get them on board?
That's why we have to enforce the capital discipline with our clients. When we build an asset allocation, we really have to focus on the very long term. That's the best way for clients to focus and to be able to take a bit more risk in their asset allocation. And that's the role of the private investor, not the governments, that has to enhance the current framework. But the future, the risk of the future has to be taken by private investors. And in the case of the energy transition, it's particularly relevant because we know that over the long run, it can provide a high-quality return for your portfolio, for your asset allocation. Mainly you invest in growth companies with high-quality return and significant visibility because it's a major transition. That's typically the kind of technology shift that we want to catch in an asset allocation.
What do you think there, Alison?
It's hard to disagree with what Benoit said. I think having a strong kind of balanced portfolio. I think a key point I pick up in is the long-term nature. There was a study I think BlackRock did that 2/3 of citizens don't believe they're saving enough for retirement. And actually, if you think, okay, this is long-term money. So these things feel like they are coming together. Exactly as you say, I mean, this is where we're going to get outsized potential for returns.
We've been talking a lot about the regulatory framework here. One thing the EU has done is it's lowered capital requirements for insurers to enable more investment in longer-term projects. Obviously, the transition is key there. Do you think that will be a game changer going forward?
Game changer? No. Is it part of an overall policy set of pieces? Yes. I think one thing I would say, we are long-term investors, and I think it's important when we think about the capital requirements of insurers that these are risk-based, that the capital requirements of insurers should not be a policy tool of government to try and encourage investment in certain industries or not others. So I think the Solvency II changes are kind of changing the risk profile. Some are increasing, some are reducing. I encourage this on a risk basis. But, I mean, game-changing, no. Part of an important set of tools, absolutely.
That's all the time we've got. Thank you very much for joining me today and exploring this fascinating topic.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to Alison, Benoit, and Jörg. Look, we're going to start the Reuters editors briefing now as we wait for President Zelensky to join us from the G7 in France. Do bear with us. What we'll probably do is break into this session when he's ready and then continue it afterwards. It'll be a great opportunity, actually, for our correspondents to comment on what the president has said. We've been covering this war in Ukraine, of course, from day one. We're going to hear from 3 correspondents. The session's going to be moderated by Reuters Europe editor Rachel Armstrong, who will introduce the correspondents in just a moment. Just before she does, we would like to show you a brief video highlighting our coverage of the conflict. And just a warning here, there are some quite dramatic and distressing scenes in this video, but let's play that now.
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet.
I'm glad that they're maybe talking about meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing.
Russia is not at all prepared to have any serious negotiations right now.
All right. Why doesn't Rachel and the correspondents come on out now? All right. Rachel, I'm going to leave this to you.
Like things happening unexpectedly and in a different order, so thank you for bearing with us. Now, I just wanted to mention, you just saw a video which features some of the amazing work that our teams in Russia and Ukraine do. It did also end, I think, with a picture of Ryan Evans, who was our security advisor, who was tragically killed in Kramatorsk when a Russian missile hit a hotel where our team was staying, so I just wanted to make mention of him and remember him, and it is testament to the incredibly vital but dangerous work that our teams there do day in, day out. I think that video was also a good reflection of where we are. There is currently an awful lot of talk about talking without a lot of substantive developments going on. But while those words are being spoken, we're perhaps seeing some of the most intense aerial bombardment going on of Ukraine, but also some pretty extraordinary drones and missiles being fired the other way from Ukraine into Russia. So I'm joined by three of our correspondents who have not just been chronicling this war day in, day out, but also, particularly in Guy and Tom's case, been living through it for much of the past 4 years. So they can give us their take on where it's going, but also a bit more of a feel for what it's like to live through these events. So, Guy, I'm going to begin with you. Guy has travelled back from Moscow to be with us here. You know, you're based there. You were recently in St. Petersburg for the Economic Forum, which began with drones from Ukraine kind of coming over the city. How has the mood changed on the streets in Russia over the past 4 years?
So I think, I mean, the first thing I'd say is that with anything to do with Russia, and indeed with any country, you have to have a great deal of intellectual humility. The history of criminology is not a particularly effective history in any sense or form. People misinterpreted the revolution in 1917. They got Stalin afterwards, and they misinterpreted the fall of the Soviet Union as well. So there's a caveat to anything that I say. I mean, we simply don't know, but I think the mood has changed in Russia, and I think probably that's to do with the anniversary of what the Russians call the Great Patriotic War, which is World War II. Essentially, they've been fighting for longer than the Russians or the Soviets fought in World War II. And I think that has brought a questioning, even in a very controlled society, about the success or not of what they call the special military operation, the war, and clearly the impact of that war on the wealth of Russia and the wealth of people. And I think broadly there are two groups now. It's more complicated, but you can divide them into two groups. There's those who want to continue the war and those who want peace, so it's war and peace. And I think within those groups there are many different people who have different attempts to influence Putin in a certain way. And so that's why we're seeing some, at times, what look strange announcements from Moscow. So I'll probably stop there.
Okay, thank you. What you and your team have also been writing about quite a lot recently is kind of the communication crackdown we've seen in Russia. How has that been manifesting itself?
I mean, it's really absolutely astounding. I mean, I have 2 or 3 phones. I have to put VPNs on all of them. The internet isn't working. And in the modern age, it's very difficult to communicate with a big team and with you in London, and when your internet isn't working or you're having to put a different VPN every day. My children are getting really good at installing VPNs on an hourly basis. More broadly, I think what they've done, the significance of the crackdown on the internet, I think to me is, were they planning something greater? So is this a sign that they are girding themselves for war? And then what is the impact of that on the population? And certainly for a city like Moscow, which is, I would say, more probably digital than London, certainly, how upset, I'll put it that way, are people getting with having to do all of that? And I think the answer is people are getting very tired of it. I mean, WhatsApp wasn't working, Telegram wasn't working, Signal definitely wasn't working, almost nothing was working. There's also an impact on spending, right? So, you know, if you're using your telephone to pay for any goods or services, or you're trying to order a taxi. So I think that did have an impact. And the way it was implemented as well, I think, gives a sense of the chaos, which is always present in Russia. But I think in a war it's also interesting the way that it was sort of implemented, then stopped, then slowed, then implemented again. So you do see that there are different currents at play within Russia.
You know, that gives the Russian government even more kind of control over the narrative. But obviously, as I mentioned, there's Russian drones, there's Russian Ukrainian drones and missiles coming to Russian cities at the moment. What's the kind of news that people in Russia see about the war? How do they get told about it, learn about it?
Well, it's a very effective, essentially very controlled atmosphere in Russia. Information is controlled with a great deal of sophistication, but also they just put blanket blocks on things. So they've told people to stop reporting about drone strikes. I think in that situation there is a potential problem for them, though, is that when you stop people reporting about something, obviously something has to fill that space. And there are a lot of rumors about an incredible amount of drones flying each night to Moscow. I mean, my daughter was flying into Moscow the other day and saw one from her window of the plane. So I don't know if it was a Russian one or a Ukrainian one, but it does give a sense of just how many drones are flying each night. And of course, they're flying to Ukraine, they're flying from Ukraine. But it is difficult, I think, in that sort of space to explain to people essentially why is the war coming to Moscow finally. And Russia has been, the Kremlin has been exceedingly successful over the first 2 to 3, 4 years of insulating Moscow, this city of 22 million people, from the war. And now I think the war is starting to impinge on their lives more than before. That being said, it's nothing like the way the war is impinging on people in Kiev, but it is impinging on their lives. What impact that has, I think, is also interesting, whether that means that they're more anti-war or they just think, right, we need to be more pro-war and get this thing finished.
Okay, thank you. Tom, you were our chief correspondent in Ukraine for much of the first 4 years of the war. Initially, you and other members of our team would be reporting from near the front line and other outlets. We see a lot less of that now. We see very little of the front line in Ukraine. Why is that?
Well, I think in a word, the answer is drones. Essentially, sorry.
That's fine. Carry on.
The nature of warfare has changed dramatically since the February 22 invasion. Essentially, at the beginning, there was very little use of little mass use of drones, but I mean both sides are using them now on an industrial scale, and that essentially allows both sides to be able to monitor the other side of the front with a great deal of accuracy, and also to hit and target anything that they see moving over on the other side with a great deal of precision. And that has essentially meant that the dangerous area has expanded. I think now, if in the beginning we could get within a couple of miles of the front, visit artillery positions and other positions like that, we essentially can't get anywhere close anymore because the front line has become what is essentially known as a kill zone that sprawls for about 15 to 20 kilometers on either side. So you have, this kill zone, which is essentially 40 kilometers wide, where anything above ground is, at serious risk of being hit by a drone. And so essentially in those kind of conditions, we can't really get close. And just additionally, I mean, obviously the roads coming into places like the Donbass in the east, obviously these are also targeted regularly by the Russian side. You can see that they're just strewn with the carcasses of burned out vehicles. So, all of these factors just make it very difficult to get close.
Yeah, no, incredibly difficult for us to get near. When we report about the battlefield, but also, as I mentioned, the kind of aerial strikes happening, in Western Europe at least, that the narrative seems to be that, Ukraine is perhaps regaining a bit of an advantage in this war. But do you think as much has actually changed over the past year?
Well, I think we need to split it into several different parts. So I think essentially on the battlefield, I think clearly the Ukrainians have stabilized things in recent months, having basically been losing ground steadily since 2023. I think that the Ukrainians, I think it's fair to say, they're in the strongest position they've been in since that time, since 2023. And if you look at the open source maps, I think it's very clear that the Russian offensive has stalled for the time being. Having said that, I don't think we can really say how this is going to impact the course of the war as a whole. This isn't the first time that events have turned against Russia. If we look back to 2022, they were on the retreat. They managed to stabilize things, and they went back on the offensive. And essentially, that offensive lasted for 2.5 years, and it's only now that it's petered out. Russia maintains, as you said, huge advantages in things like missiles. The Russian missile strikes on particularly Kyiv are becoming bigger, more frequent, and more terrifying for the civilian population. And Ukraine still has a whole load of problems, such as its manpower problems that it still hasn't fixed. So, bearing those problems in mind, it's quite hard to imagine the Ukrainians, for instance, going on a counteroffensive themselves and actually seizing back this territory. So, I think it's important to qualify, this idea of the Ukrainians turning the tide. I did speak to someone in the Ukrainian military just a couple of days ago, and he was telling me how he thinks that the Ukrainians seized the advantage from Russia in December. He said that essentially the Ukrainians just need to sit tight and wait and let the Russians come at them. He said that the Ukrainians are extremely well stocked in drones, both for battlefield range drones, but medium range drones and deeper strike drones. On the battlefield, because of those drones and the system they have in place, they can essentially inflict huge casualties on the Russian troops that advance. And he said that they have the capacity to increase those casualties for the Russian side if the Russian side is able to bring more manpower to bear. And I think on the medium range strikes and the deep strikes, I think Ukraine has been able to. I think it does have the upper hand currently in a sort of technological sense. They've clearly got more mass at the moment, and they're using that to wreak havoc with Russian logistics, particularly behind the battlefield, and also to carry out these attacks on oil infrastructure, the ones that Guy was talking about. And I think here, obviously, there's a strong psychological aspect to these attacks by Ukraine. They are trying to bring the war home to Russia. They're trying to raise the political costs and the economic costs for Putin. And obviously the overarching strategy is to try and force Putin to enter into negotiations and to yield from his maximalist goals. Although, to be frank, I don't actually see any signs that this is working.
Guy, do you just want to come in on that? We talk a lot about how Ukraine has been innovative in this war, but it's also not the case that Russia has stayed as this kind of 1980s kind of. It has also developed a lot over the past 4 years, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean I think it's clear that Russia, in the first certainly 6 months of this war, was fighting a war it was woefully unprepared for. I think then they've come back and they've certainly innovated on drone technology, for example, with fiber optic drones, but also with overall production of armaments. Say, I think they were producing more than NATO combined of certain artillery shells. They've certainly come back, and it's a story that really isn't told very much because in the West, because the Western narrative is that obviously Ukraine is going to win it and we want positive news for Ukraine. But I think Russia has been incredibly successful, and some of the US generals in NATO have spoken about that. At the end of the day, though, producing artillery shells like sausages, as Khrushchev used to say about ballistic missiles, does that mean that you actually win the war? I think that's the tougher question. And I think what ultimately you do also feel, though, is that there's an importance to tell both sides of this, and I think that's where Reuters has done very well. We are in Moscow and we are in Kiev, and really that's very rare right now. Foreign correspondents are a kind of a very rare species now, and foreign correspondents in Moscow are an even rarer species.
Yeah, indeed. but incredibly valuable. Lily spends lots of her days at NATO HQ in Brussels, and like a lot of correspondents there, get lots of briefings from all sorts of people. A lot of what we're hearing from kind of Western officials is, on the one hand, that Russia is really struggling economically, that it's losing tens of thousands of men every month on the battlefield. But we also hear a lot of warnings, particularly in the Baltic states, that, Russia could be ready to attack another NATO member within the next 2 years. How do we kind of make sense of that contradiction?
Yeah, it's very interesting because in Brussels, when we talk to diplomats and officials, we do hear both narratives. And I think it really comes down to a difference a bit in the time frame that officials are talking about. So in the short term, Russia is really bogged down in Ukraine. It's struggling economically. Ukraine is making these tactical gains. But then in the longer term, what officials are telling us is that they still see Russia as a long-term threat to NATO countries. And that is first and foremost because of geography. Russia will always be the neighbor to the east, its size and the military capacity. So even if they're struggling in the short term, when the war in Ukraine ends or if the situation changes, Russia could still be quite a problem for NATO and especially for the eastern flank. And that's why we also see a big push to increase defense spending. And if you look at the map of Europe, at defense spending as a percentage of GDP, what you see is that now everyone is boosting spending, but the countries that are spending the most as a percentage of their economic output are the ones that are closest to Russia. So you see very, very high rates in the Baltic states, in Poland, increasingly also in Germany. And that is because they are thinking long term. They're thinking a few years down the line what Russia's capacity could be. And so they're planning for that.
Okay. We're, about to be, NATO has been very much in the headlines kind of a lot of this year, kind of when we think about, the future of US involvement in it. I know that you're expecting US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is coming, and then we've got this big Ankara summit in there. What's the kind of expectations going into those meetings? Are we going to see a kind of series of announcements from the US that Europe is even more on its own here over the next few weeks, the next few years, rather?
So when we talk to European officials at NATO, the relationship with the US is really the number one issue that really dominates all of our conversations right now. And it's an interesting story because inside NATO HQ, the relationship between US officials and European officials is actually very, very good. They work very closely. Military-to-military relations are great, officials tell us. But then there's that element of unpredictability of what is coming from Washington. So sometimes officials wake up in the morning and they see posts from Donald Trump that are not what they expected in terms of defense policy. And so they're trying to balance, I think, between kind of this great working relationship and then the instructions that are coming from the political level. The buzzword at NATO right now is burden shifting. So the idea that Europe will have to take responsibility soon for the conventional defense of the continent. And we're already seeing the US taking some steps in that direction. So what we saw in recent weeks is the US actually told allies that it will reduce its contribution to defense plans in case of an emergency. So what this means is that Europeans will have to start pledging more assets, so ships and jets, toward the NATO defense plans. And this is a process, but it's also, in a way, a wake-up call for the Europeans. They knew that President Trump and the US will be expecting them to take on more responsibility, but now this process is actually getting underway, and they will have to find resources to pledge toward these NATO plans to fill in the gaps for where the US is going to reduce its contribution. And a big moment will be at the Ankara summit in Turkey in just a few weeks. President Trump is expected to attend. He will be meeting with the leaders of all the other NATO allies, and their main goal will be to show him that Europeans are actually stepping up, that they're producing more weapons, that they're boosting their industrial capacity and taking more responsibility. But the big challenge is how to show that, because you can't do all of that overnight.
I was going to say, are they working on the same timescale? Because if you listen to people like Hegseth, you get the impression Europe needs to be stepping up kind of tomorrow, and then you speak to European governments and it's 2030, 2035. I mean, we had the UK Defence Minister resign last week because it's not going fast enough. How do they manage to communicate that message to the US? You know, is the US kind of at a more operational level understanding that Europe can't just flick a switch and have militaries twice the size?
I mean, I'm sure military planners understand that this can't be done overnight, but there's also the pressure from the political level. And so right now, I think the conversation is how to balance those two. And also from the leader's perspective, how to kind of signal to Trump that they're doing their best and that they're actually making progress on their pledges from last year at the Hague Summit, where all the NATO allies said that they would move towards spending 5% of their GDP on defense and defense-related investments. So the way that works is they're supposed to move towards spending 3.5% of GDP on kind of core defense and 1.5% on defense-related investments.
Okay. Guy, I'm interested in Russia when we have these kind of, well, not quite NATO bust-ups, but the US pretty much telling Europe that they need to pull their finger out and take more responsibility. How was that reported in Russia?
So I think that clearly the Russians take a great deal of notice of what's going on in NATO, and have spent over the years a fair amount of money on spying on NATO, which I'm sure NATO has also reciprocated in that courtesy. So they watch it very, very carefully. For Russia, again, there's a lot of rhetoric between Russia and NATO, but ultimately when you look at the respective GDPs of Russia, and Russia's about a $3 trillion economy, NATO upwards of 40 trillion, it's a very uneven economic contest, even though with nuclear weapons, clearly Russia has the upper hand, but nuclear weapons are sort of one-off. So I think Russia's exceedingly insecure about NATO. It watches it with a great deal of worry and fear. But again, I think the United States and the changed attitude of the United States, and certainly the Trump administration, although I think it runs deeper than Trump, towards NATO over the last couple of years, I think has certainly, I think you mentioned the Baltics. I was going through the border between Russia and Estonia last week. It really feels like the Cold War, right? This is hardcore. I never saw the Berlin Wall. I was probably too small. But this is now very much like a Cold War border. You're questioned on both sides. They're very, very puzzled about what you're doing there. And it really doesn't feel like a very friendly border anymore. The opposite, I'd say.
Cold War for now. Do you get the sense Russia is preparing people that there could be a hot war with that part of the world?
I mean, I have been told by certain Russian officials that Article 4 isn't exactly a very secure guarantee. Clearly, there are points which could escalate very, very strongly over coming months and weeks. I mean, boarding Russian-destined tankers. We saw the United Kingdom boarding a Russian tanker. I mean, Russia could quite easily escalate that. And then, of course, you have this drone war, which is Russia claims or says that the drones are coming in across the Baltic Sea. Now, there's only one way to get a drone from Ukraine to the Baltic Sea, and that's flying through NATO members or through Russian territory. So there are points where you can see quite a clear escalation. The question is, do they really want to do it? And then again, the question after that is whether logic is a good analytical tool or not.
Perhaps the interesting dynamic, and we'll see what happens post this tentative Iran deal, but the US has definitely lost focus diplomatically on Russia-Ukraine over the past few months whilst the Iran war has been going on, and there's been a discussion that it needs to be Europe that should be at the forefront of the discussions to end it. Do you get any sense, Guy, that Russia would have a willingness to kind of have diplomatic negotiations to end this war with European leaders rather than Trump be the person to bring people to the table?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, clearly they want to speak to the United States. The United States is still the most powerful country in the world. They share a lot of history going back through the Cold War. They would much prefer to speak to the United States. That being said, I think they also understand that to have any sort of durable peace in Europe, they also will need to speak to the Europeans, and that they're happy to speak to the Europeans. The question then is, who are the Europeans, right? Are the Europeans Schroeder or are the Europeans somebody else? So, I mean, and the Europeans, to be fair, as a European myself, there are a great many shades of policy, in fact, almost the entire spectrum in Europe on Russia. So the question is then, who do they speak to in Europe, and whether that's the EU structure or whether they're going to do their sort of talking with the national leaders of France and Germany, and then, of course, Britain, which perhaps doesn't feel that it is part of the European Union anyway, but that's a different discussion.
This afternoon.
I think there are complexities there, but I think Russia clearly would want to speak to the Europeans and realise they have to be there. Of course, then the Europeans have to come up with a unified policy. That's proven rather harder to deliver over recent years.
Lily, if that happens, what's the discussion in Brussels? Could that be the EU who leads negotiations? We're hearing a lot from the E3, which is Germany, France and Britain. Like, who's kind of taking the bit between the teeth here and trying to lead it diplomatically?
So there's been some chatter in Brussels over who should represent Europe, but I think most diplomats we speak to say it's actually a bit premature to talk about that. You need to, as you said, actually maybe define the policy first. There's also a sense, I think, in some diplomatic circles that even though on paper there are kind of European Union officials who could represent the bloc, in reality, Vladimir Putin would prefer or would really take seriously someone with more clout, so the leaders of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, perhaps.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've got a cue that we are going to exit the stage now. Thank you very much, the three of us. You may hear a bit more from us later. We'll see, but we're going to leave now.
Thank you very much indeed, Rachel, Guy, Tom and Lily. That has set us up very well for this next conversation. By the way, the very latest headlines out of the G7 on the Reuters wire, President Trump has said Russia should make a deal. We've heard that before. He said he's apparently seeing President Zelensky later today. Let's find out. We're thrilled that President Zelensky has found time in his schedule to talk to us here at Reuters Next. I'd like to welcome Alessandra back onto the stage to host this conversation. Take it away, Alessandra.
I'll do it this way. This prefer. This is all really live. You wanted a live event? You got a live event. President Zelensky. Should be coming anytime soon. Any moment. There you are.
Here.
There you are. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I wanted to say happy to see you, but I don't see you. So happy to feel you.
Happy to imagine me. There you go. But I can see you, and it's an absolute pleasure. You are under pressure, and for us, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you again. Let's jump right in. You, I believe, just sat down with President Donald Trump. Can you tell us what you told him and what he told you?
Everything.
Ooh. Our ears are open.
Okay. So, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I'm very thankful to France and to Emmanuel Macron and to G7 leaders for the huge support. Really, we had a very positive summit, and we discussed the situation on the battlefield. What I'm happy, what I wanted to share with everybody, that we spoke about battlefield. We spoke about negotiations with Russians, potential negotiations with Russia. We spoke about middle strikes and long range, the situation with Russian losses, economy, and etc. Good news. First of all, that yes, Putin has to stop this war. And I have unanimity from all the leaders and EU presidents. So we had the unanimity that Russia is not winning, losing a lot of people, and they have to make a deal as quick as possible. And they don't have initiative in their hands. So they really have to recognize that they don't want peace. And it's true. Everybody understands that a lot of people around Putin, they push him to the more big mobilization. Doesn't matter how much losses they will have, how many people will die. I mean, they don't think about it. But there is a huge percent of Russian people who understand that they begin to understand that they are not winning this war, and that's why they have to stop this war. Yes, I'm not sure that it's really a human reason, because if you have a lot of losses, you have to stop. No, they didn't have to begin. It's between us. But in any way, better later than never, so that the percent is more than 60% of society of Russians. They want to stop this war. And that's why we need more pressure on Putin. We had real unanimity today in G7 summit. Everybody was on the side of, I think, on the right side. And it's good that we have the same information from our intelligence. So, and then we had some more talks with President Trump, and I hope that we will have more. And then not only with President Trump, and also with Chancellor, and we will have with the Prime Minister and President Macron, and with Ursula and Kosovo. This we continue. Now we continue to talk, and after our meeting, I will have some more meetings. So everybody recognized that Russia wants to attack civilian infrastructure. And this is also a new step of understanding, of unanimity of this understanding. This is always was very important for me, that we see the war, this with open eyes, and we recognize what Russians really what they did on our territory, such brutal things, and what are they doing and why. We see the reasons. So, but long period of time, some of our partners, they've been, there's no balancing, but now everybody is recognizing that Putin doesn't want to stop this war. And I don't know, maybe he really afraid of negotiations because of one of the reasons that what he will do with 1 million of soldiers who will come back home to Russia, and they will ask why we did it.
Right.
For what?
Right. So, President Zelensky, you put a lot of things on the table. So that's okay. That's okay. So we will now.
You didn't tell me how many questions will be. Maybe one. So.
Many. We could keep you all day. So I'm going to unpack some of the things that you said. The pressure. What exactly is that pressure? Sanctions, more sanctions, what other economic measures? Did you discuss that in detail with President Trump and the others?
Now, we will have opportunity to discuss more with President Trump, but we discussed with others more sanctions. Shadow fleet, number one, because our, long-range sanctions, they work. And now you see the price of oil is decreasing. And it's good that President Trump made with Iran the decision. We see the prices are falling down, and but decreasing. In any way, it's good. So Russia will not get additional benefits. Then shadow fleet, not just to stop and to confiscate. This is important, and to work hardly with all of allies together in unity to stop tankers, to stop shadow fleet of Russia. And also the question of as I said, long range, but it's up to us. It's not to the partners because we don't use their weapon, and now we use only our long range missiles or drones or drone missiles. We have such format also. So no, it's all about it. We asked also to help more with the banking systems or with banking system of Russia and also about military sector of Russia, which also works not only in Russia. Yes, they have some representatives abroad, so we need to close it using sanctions and also political pressure on Russia. And I think that President Trump can do it, or maybe only him. I don't know, really. We will see what the Europeans will do. I mean, this, of course, Europe wants negotiations with coordination with the United States, but we don't know all the tracks. Between us, it doesn't matter. We need useful tracks to stop Putin. Now, I think President Trump can do it, and Europe also will do it. So this is what we see.
Got it.
And,
Got it. That was quite clear. You have asked President Trump, you had asked President Trump in a letter specifically for more Patriot air defense missiles to protect Ukrainian cities, also because we have seen quite a few attacks lately, including in the monastery just yesterday. So to protect Ukrainian cities from Russian ballistic missile attacks. Did you receive an answer specifically on this?
So, first of all, he was very positive that they can help us more with missiles. And this is a big challenge, really, because the production is not so big as our needs. The production is in the United States. I raised the topic of licenses. I addressed it to President Trump. We need licenses to produce missiles. We have capabilities different. It's difficult to produce Patriot systems and missiles. Yes, I know. I had a lot of, believe me, I had a lot of meetings and calls with Raytheon, with this company, with their management CEOs, and etc. I know I'm deeply in this topic, but in any way, we want to increase their production if they will be okay, and if President Trump will support this idea. But now he was positive. In any way, so we need to do this. From European side, we really need for the world try to produce European anti-ballistic system, which has to be strong, and between us, better to be cheaper. Yes, and that than the world names what we have now. But otherwise, we will not have enough. Otherwise, Europe will not have enough. Otherwise, Middle East will not have enough. I don't know about Asia. I don't know their needs, what they want, and etc. But I'm talking about the countries whom I know personally, what I know their needs. So that's why this is important alternative on which we will work.
Got it. But so just so I'm clear, so the response, I think everything else you said was important, but the response from President Trump then specifically on this was, you said it was positive, meaning it was a yes.
He was positive.
It was.
He was positive. Yeah, he was positive. Yes, I hope when President Trump is positive, I hope it's yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we shall see. Still on President Trump said last year that Ukraine did not have the cards to bring Putin to the table. Do you now? That your situation basically from last year has dramatically changed. Last year, Trump said, well, President Zelensky does not have the right cards, to bring Putin, to force Putin. But now is the sense that you do, that the situation has changed. Would you agree?
I think that really the situation is changing. And on the battlefield, as I said, Russia lost initiative on some directions. they attacked us. They made offensive steps on 12 directions. We saw this, and they lost initiative almost in all these directions. Only in 2 or 3, they still have a lot of, huge amount of soldiers, a huge amount of everything, but they were very slow there. And on other directions, they really lost initiative, and we've got it. And also on some 2, 3 directions, we are more successful now. These months, for example, we deoccupied 100 kilometers on one direction. So, we will not stop, and they will not stop. Better to stop this war. This not stop on the battlefield. So, that's why in this case we are better than on middle strikes, as I said, and long range we are better. We will produce about 10 million drones during this year, but we can double. And this is also, I think, good news from our perspective, and there's good news, first of all, from our industry, from Miltech direction. So this is also good. Good sanctions began to work, not enough sanctions. And good that 90 billion, we've got 90 billion decision, and it's very helpful. It's great European support.
Got it. So you've laid it out. Now let's talk about timing. You have said that you wanted to reach a peace deal or a ceasefire and peace deal with Putin before this winter. So did you discuss a possible timeline or maybe a date to start again, perhaps U.S.-mediated talks, perhaps with the U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? Can you give us a sense of timing then?
It's difficult, really difficult, that we proposed, the last time we proposed, I had made a phone call to Emmanuel Macron, and when I was invited to G7, I made a phone call to him and said that, Emmanuel, what do you think about during G7 meeting, invite not only us, find a way, maybe in Switzerland, in neutral country, to find a way like we G7, basing on such, this presence of many leaders, we can use this opportunity and try to organize meeting with Russians. And he was very, happy with this idea. But Russians didn't react. They didn't support. Also, American side knew this proposition, and I'm not sure that they also have got positive signals. So now we are here, and we had really strong meeting. Putin didn't use this opportunity to meet during G7. And I think we spoke with President Trump. I think that yes, I know that he made a lot of propositions again through different leaders. Putin to come to Moscow, but this is such games. We don't play such games. So we need some third country. It's not Russia. It's not Ukraine. It's understandable why. So it can be Switzerland, it can be Turkey, it can be Middle East countries, it can be, I don't know, I'm not the president of the United States. It's up to president to do it, to organize or not, to invite us, both of us or not. But I think USA also can be.
Right.
At least they had meeting already in the United States in Alaska.
But President Trump specifically
before the winter. Before the winter. Sorry. I think this is very important thing. Try to organize a meeting before the winter.
Got it.
It was terrible winter for us, but you have to understand that we don't want to go through the same winter.
Of course.
But Russia has to know that we had terrible winter, and they will have also not simple.
Yeah.
So I think my proposition, dialogue.
Yeah, understandable. So just one quick follow on this. You recently had a meeting with Abramovich in Kyiv. Could he be a possible intermediary to President Putin?
I don't know. I don't know. I think Putin uses just people. It's not about intermediate or not. I think he just uses. He has his own decisions in his head. But I know that Abramovich, when he came, I think it was very concrete, specific dialogue with him. And I think he understood 100% of my position and our proposition. And he said that he will go and give feedback to the Kremlin. And so we will see. He can be. I mean, he can be. It's up to Putin, because each country has to decide who will represent on technical level or on the level of NSAs. Yeah, who will represent them?
Right. Time will tell. But so, just to wrap up on your meeting with President Trump today. How would you describe the change in feeling and in relationship between that very infamous meeting in the Oval Office and now? Give us a color.
It's difficult for me to say. So everybody recognized that it's good that there is ceasefire in the Middle East. Yes, and this is good that people are not dying. And can we stop Putin? The question is, can we stop this war? And the question, who can stop? So if President Trump can do it, God bless.
Right.
So, but everybody is recognizing. Again, I think this is the changing of the, maybe not of position, maybe of position, but of understanding that he doesn't want to stop the war.
Got it.
He has to be under more pressure. He doesn't have, Putin, he doesn't have any feelings about losses. Can you imagine 35,000 of Russians losses each month, heavy wounded or killed?
Right.
Can you imagine what's going on? So somebody has to stop him.
Right, very clear. So today you also, I believe, met with the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva.
Yeah.
And this is regarding an $8 billion loan that the IMF has granted. They have just released the second tranche, but in order to release more money, they are awaiting important reforms in your parliament, including the many things, but including some taxation on business. Your parliament seems to be going slower on this than expected. When will those be passed?
So we spoke with Kristalina, and before her mission, had meetings with our prime minister and with government team. I think that they've been focusing on different decisions and dates and etc. But I've got today from Kristalina that both sides are positive. That maybe both sides need some steps, and maybe Ukrainian parliament also needs. But I didn't get the information today that there are some difficulties. So you have to understand that it's not easy for all of us. It's not easy to vote in parliament. It's not easy to make decisions with different financial institutions, but we are partners, and this is good. We had very positive meeting with Kristalina, and he understands. She understands, and she's very supportive of Ukraine to help us with microfinancial support, to understand that it's so important now. And I was very thankful for her condolences and warm words about Ukrainians. And after such massive attacks, especially 2 days ago on our Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra, one of the biggest, maybe the biggest Christian centers in the world. So we are partners. We work with IMF, and I think that our government and our IMF team will make all the decisions what Ukrainians need.
Got it. You also met with Chancellor Merz, I believe, and Chancellor Merz has suggested, with regards to possible accession to the European Union, something that you don't like very much, which is an associate membership rather than full membership. Were you able to convince him and other EU countries for full EU membership? And do you feel that the EU member countries understand what you say is the importance of a rapid progress towards EU membership?
First of all, Friedrich, I'm very thankful to his support. He's on our side. He understands that Ukraine counts on fast track, something like this. I know that not all the leaders love such format, fast track, because they want very understandable, clear steps for everybody. But we are not everybody, with all respect to everybody. We are during the war, and we need more creative steps, fast steps. We need it very much. Otherwise, if to make big pause, I shared it with Chancellor and with all the leaders, if we will make after this war big pause during our way to EU, everything will be like we have with NATO. Russia will find a way how to block Ukraine's way to EU. They don't want to see us successful. So Russia doesn't need Ukraine be successful, and the more interesting for them not to make Ukraine European country, not to be part of European family. That's why we need fast track. That's why I want to. Of course, I want like a president. When we speak about EU, I'm speaking not like a president. I'm speaking like a citizen. So we want to be a part of Europe. Look, if you want us, if you see us, if you need us, our strong army, our strong people, if you see us, please look at us as at yourself. We want to be the same, not better, but not worse. We want same. We want clear membership. This is my reaction.
Got it. One of the requirements of accession, as we have discussed, even you and I before, is tackling corruption. Recently, there was an arrest of your close aide, someone I myself had met with you as well. The arrest of Mr. Yermak. Was that a sign that Ukraine is ready to do what is needed on tackling corruption?
Yeah, of course, and Ukraine is doing all European. It's not the proposition from EU. There is a list of reforms what each country, not only Ukraine, needs to do, and we do everything. That's why the clusters are opening. That's why yesterday the first cluster, fundamentals. By the way, fundamentals, where there is a legislation, the law, the court, the reforms, and anti-corruption reform, everything is there. So the first cluster was open. Any questions? I think no questions. Then we need 5 more clusters to be open, and we did with reforms and laws, maybe not everything, but mostly. We're trying our best as we can be fast during the war as possible.
Got it. So we've talked about President Trump, so the US, the EU, the IMF. But let me ask you a question. Considering the deep economic dependence that Russia has on China, how can Beijing also put pressure on Russia? Should Xi Jinping be your main interlocutor to end this war?
I don't know. Everybody has to. I think everybody who wants this war to end and to end this war, we have to join everybody. And of course, China is a big country and a very influential country. They have the biggest. I think that Russia has the biggest trade with China.
Yes. Depends on China to buy. Yes.
Yes, of course. It depends on the economic. Economy depends on China. On China decisions, it means that China has influence, and of course, we will be happy to if they will help. But we don't feel it. That we don't feel their mood. We don't feel that they are ready to pressure Putin. It's meant to do everything to end this war.
So you would be open to
maybe
having...
something will change.
Yeah, you'd be open to having a conversation with Mr. Xi.
Of course, I'm very open to meet with the President Xi, and our teams can work on it exactly to do everything what we can to stop the war.
So in this room, you don't see it, but in this room we have many investors, chief executives, financiers. And so one of the things that we would want to know is, what are the sectors of your economy that offer the greatest opportunity for foreign investment, and what incentives are you offering?
So thank you very much. First of all, we will have reconstruction anyway after ceasefire or after the war will end, when we will have security guarantees. Because security guarantees, first of all, we need for our people, for the societies, and of course for business, for investment. So, and reconstruction is very important. We have to renovate energy sector. So energy is very important. Agriculture, even during the war, this is huge sector of Ukrainian economy, agricultural sector. So you're very welcome. And of course, the new sector, what we've got, what we created and during and increased during this war, it's Miltech. Miltech, it doesn't mean that it's only drones which attack and weapon for offensive. No, it's about demining, it's about agricultural sector and a lot of different things. So it's like a robotized system. So different things. So this direction is very important. We have more than 400, almost around 5 companies. So investors are very welcome. Energy, agricultural, Miltech, yes, and different other sectors are open. Ukraine is a big country, and it's been the country of big opportunities.
Got it. My last question then to you, because last time we met in November, well, we've met since then, but last time we had an interview here at Reuters Next was in November 2023, and you gave me some insight into, President Zelensky, the man, right? And so I have a few quick personal questions for you. Are you ready? Very fast.
The last one.
Last ones. They're very quick questions, okay? You ready?
The last one few.
The last one few. That's right. Okay, ready? Okay. Are you ready? Do you miss being an actor?
I miss being a good father.
Okay. When your children were little, what did you tell them the most? What was the thing that you told them the most when they were small?
I love you.
And what do you tell them now that they're older?
Oh, I miss you.
Oh. When was the last time you cried?
I will try to do it after our interview.
Okay, when was the last time you laughed?
No, I mean this between us. So I'm normal man, and there are a lot of different moments between us almost each day. A lot of losses on the battlefield and civilians, and there are absolutely crazy attacks on our people. And it's not about. It's very difficult, really. When I give orders, I said about it. It's always difficult for me when I give orders to the mothers and fathers who lost their children.
Of course.
In such moments, really, I often cry.
Are you a hero?
No.
So who is your hero?
My hero, my children, my army, our army, and Ukrainian people. So I'm a part, and I'm also Ukrainian. So I'm a part of our nation. But now our nation, I think that our nation is absolutely heroic.
Wonderful. On that note, I think we can close. Thank you, President Zelensky. We are so grateful for having you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear the applause. Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, President Zelensky. Look, we've got 10 minutes before lunch. This is a really good opportunity to show you how our news organisation, I think, reacts in real time to things. So let's get a really quick 10-minute debrief with the correspondents that we just had on stage, with Guy from Moscow, with Tom who was the bureau chief in Ukraine, and with Lily, the European security correspondent. If they could just very quickly come back. They're going to come back for 10 minutes. They'll hang around so you can have a chat with them after that as well. Are they coming on? Yeah. And then we will grab lunch, and the debate will start on the engagement stage at 15:15. So, Rach, you've got about 8 minutes.
We won't keep you for lunch for too long. We will be hopefully the most exciting bookend you've ever come across. So we'll just do very quick reflections on that interview with Volodymyr Zelenskiy, and then if you've got questions, do put them in. These three, all sorts of fascinating insights or anything you've ever wanted to ask about how this type of coverage happens, please put that in. But then just very quickly, Guy, Zelensky, he was saying, he would have met Putin in Switzerland before the summit. He wants talks at least to happen before another winter of this war. But do you think there's actually any inkling, any sign anywhere that Putin is willing to have a meeting with Zelensky?
Putin's willing to have a meeting with Zelensky, but only after a deal is pretty much ready, or after he takes the whole of Donbass. So there's 7% of Donbass left that Russia doesn't control. So they will take that, or they will do a deal, but there won't be any meeting beforehand. So the Europeans want there to be a ceasefire, then they get together and they talk and they do a deal. Russians saying, no, we do a peace deal, or we take Donbass and then we talk.
Okay, all right.
But the interesting thing is Abramovich. I thought that was interesting what he said about the Roman Abramovich. I think he's known mostly in the United Kingdom for his football investments, or former football investments. But the fact that he spoke reasonably, I thought, mildly about Abramovich, it's clear that there's a back channel being formed there. And this whole conflict, throughout this conflict, there's been at least 5 different back channels going on, and there is clearly something going on with Abramovich. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I think that's been one of the most, probably, perhaps even by us, underreported, but interesting developments of the past few weeks in this war, I agree. Tom, Zelensky's probably big, just ask, every week, every month, as they need more Patriots, especially now with the level of missile fire that Kyiv's coming under. He said he seemed to indicate there was a positive noise from Trump, but I'm not sure whether the US actually has it in its gift to provide them with what they need, does it?
Well, yeah, exactly. So I think this is really Ukraine's Achilles heel at the moment, and it'll obviously become a lot worse this coming winter, which is, I think, why, this guy was just saying why Zelensky wants to have these talks with Putin before then. So essentially, it's clear the Russians have massively ramped up their production of ballistic missiles. If you look at the recent Russian strikes on Kyiv in particular, Russia is firing over 30 of these Iskander ballistic missiles in a single night. It's just a colossal number. Typically, I think when you use one of these Patriot air defense systems, you use 2 interceptor missiles against one kind of incoming target. So, you can imagine 30 incoming means 60 going up. I think the Ukrainians are very good at sort of economizing and trying to get as much mileage as they can out of it. But 60 interceptors is just a huge number, and the Americans aren't in a position to be supplying that on a regular basis. And so, obviously, the Ukrainians really need the Americans to step up to somehow supply more, as Zelensky was saying, and obviously it's good that Zelensky is hearing positive rhetoric from Trump, but what he really, really wants is results and commitments of more interceptor missiles to Ukraine.
Okay. Lily, I think perhaps that the question he didn't like in that section was about corruption and Yermak and the scandals that have been, plagued Ukraine for a long time in terms of graft. We had last night, we had the kind of opening round of Ukraine's EU accession talks, which was a big moment for Ukraine. But do you think there's actually real appetite among many EU members for Kyiv to be in the EU anytime soon?
So Zelensky has really pushed for Ukraine to make quick progress in the accession process to one day become a member of the European Union. I think rhetorically, there is a lot of support from European capitals. There's a lot of support for reforms in Kyiv. But realistically, this is a very complex process. So even under normal circumstances, joining the EU takes years in terms of regulatory reforms and meeting standards on everything from internal market rules to the environment, rule of law. Yesterday, they started the first phase, which is discussions over rule of law and democracy, judiciary standards. I think realistically, the talks will go on for years. And even then, nothing is guaranteed because at the end of the day, every single EU member state needs to ratify a new member. So even if you go through all the hoops and do all of the reforms, all the 27 need to agree at the end. I think we're a bit far from that. Ukraine is making progress, but it has a ton of challenges.
Okay. I will attempt to do a few of these questions that you have sent in. So, Lily, perhaps I'll come back to you. I'll tweak that question just a bit. I think perhaps when Trump began his second presidency, there'd been a lot of criticism that, the US was providing a lot of the funding and support to Ukraine. Meanwhile, this is a war that's happening on the EU's doorstep. Now, kind of what's the EU's role in the war in terms of the money and the support that it provides?
So the EU has a huge role in supporting Ukraine, both economically and also in terms of Europeans helping Ukraine buy weapons. So there's the Pearl program where European governments actually pay to buy weapons from the US for Ukraine. That is a program that the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is really pushing countries to continue contributing to. And then the EU is providing a huge 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. So I would say the Europeans are kind of the top supporters when it comes to kind of actual assistance right now. So it's a huge role.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, what are the connections and similarities between Ukraine and the Iranian war? Perhaps, Tom, I'll come to you first on that. I mean, obviously, they've been fought in very different ways, but Ukraine has had an involvement in the Gulf. What kind of, relationship has there been there between Ukraine and the Gulf states during this Middle East conflict?
Well, that's a tough question because I'm not very good on the Iran war, but I'll have a stab at it. Yeah, I mean, the obvious similarities, right, is the use of drones and the heavy use of missiles by both sides. I think the same themes have emerged in with regards to both of those topics. So obviously, in the Gulf, there's been this scramble to find ways to cheaply intercept all of these cheap attack drones that the Iranians have been firing at the Gulf states. Obviously, this is something that the Ukrainians have grappled with for years. And it's the reason that the Ukrainians were able to sort of send teams to the Gulf to try to help with that solution. The same goes for the missiles, but I mean, obviously the sort of attritional kind of battlefield component, this sort of these huge waves of infantry assaults, infiltration, kill zone, all of that stuff from the battlefield in Ukraine obviously has no read across as far as I can see in the Iran war.
Can I just add on that? I think one of the biggest takeaways is that big powers, certainly two very big powers, Russia and the United States, have come quite seriously a cropper in two separate wars. And so for me, the biggest takeaway is actually for China. I think if I was Xi Jinping in Beijing, I would be watching both of these wars very carefully and just wondering how powerful my military actually was.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just jump in. I think one other thing is just the energy shock caused by wars has an impact across the Western world. You know, we're talking about Brexit later, but you'd argue that these price shocks have had far greater impacts on say, the EU economy than Brexit has. So I think that's a thing to remember. I am going to wrap it up there and not keep anyone from their lunch anymore, but me, and more importantly, my three colleagues will be around if anyone wants to come up and find out anything further about how we cover this conflict or where they see it going. But thank you very much for joining us all.
Thank you. Right, we can't really do much more to update you on this war, but do feel free to pick the brains of these guys. Yeah, we're going to go to lunch now. In I think 10-15 minutes, there's an Oxford-style debate starting in the engagement on the engagement stage, which is next door. The key to security in Europe is AI is going to be the motion. I think it's going to be quite a fun debate. So grab some lunch, head in there. We're going to come back in here at 2:10. So we'll see you then. Right, welcome back, everybody, both here in the room and those joining us on the live stream. Before we shift into the afternoon sessions here on the world stage, just a few reminders. You can ask questions of our speakers via the app or by scanning the QR code when it pops up on the screen. You'll also see QR codes for podcasts and newsletters. Do sign up for those if you wish. This next session on how Europe's central bank is managing the Eurozone economy is a timely one, of course, given the ECB's rate hike last week. Please join me in welcoming to our stage Philip Lane, member of the Executive Board at the European Central Bank, and Reuters ECB Chief Correspondent, Balázs Korán.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. Philip, thank you so much for coming. As you know, Philip is the chief economist at the European Central Bank, and with that role, he is responsible for proposing monetary policy to the Governing Council. The ECB last week became the first major central bank in the world to raise interest rates. Philip, could you please run us through that decision, the rationale for it? It's somewhat controversial, at least to some people who argue that raising rates into a supply shock that weighs on growth is a policy mistake. At least some ECB watchers are saying that. What would you tell these people who say it was a mistake?
So we obviously try to make well-considered decisions. So the whole process of analysis, step-by-step analysis before making such a decision. So let me, again, just locate the ECB, the wider global conversation about this. So last year, last June, we brought the policy rate down to 2.0. And we had a situation last year where the European economy was growing steadily, unemployment was stable at a low level, inflation was hovering around our 2% target. And so this was a very stable situation. And that extended into this year until the end of February. And then, of course, with the Iran war, we've had inflation rise. And what we saw last week when we looked at the new assessment is essentially what's already happened now, nearly 4 months of this war, 4 months of elevated energy prices, means we can see in the pipeline of inflation coming up that inflation will be above 3%. Basically, it already is above 3%, and being above 3% for about a year, going into early months of next year. And so if you have a situation where inflation's a percentage point above our target, where we do think there is some hit to GDP from the war, but in the end, we do think the economy is resilient. There are other engines of growth in the European economy, and the financial system is also, I think, robust. Then we felt it was a straightforward decision, not just under our base, but when we looked at different alternative scenarios, including a milder scenario where the war might get resolved more quickly, going from 2.0 to 2.25 was a decision we felt was a safe decision under these different options. But let me say maybe one of the issues here is there's a shorthand description they use, supply shock. You have to think carefully about what is the role of oil in the European economy now. And even compared to 5 years ago, with the increase in the energy mix towards renewables, also with ongoing hydro, nuclear, and so on, the oil is less important to the European economy than it was even 5 years ago, let alone previous oil hiking cycles. So when we think about the hit on the economy, it's there. We do think it's there. But let me emphasize, is the war is partly the energy shock, partly it's the uncertainty attached to it. But if your mindset is going back to the 1970s on how oil shocks affect the economy, it's quite different now. So a direct line to inflation, the effect on the economy is there, but not as big as it used to be.
One of the arguments has been that we're already seeing underlying inflation come up and energy is feeding into core inflation. I'm curious where exactly you see that. My colleague Francesco has looked at corporate earnings calls by hundreds of major corporations. We ran these earning transcripts through AI models, and it showed that companies' ability to raise prices is significantly smaller than it was 4 years ago, so the pricing power has declined. Are you seeing the same thing, and where do you see core inflation under pressure?
So what I would say is we allow for some increase in core inflation, and more broadly, I'm not a big fan of the phrase core inflation because one of the big transmissions is from energy to food. So what I prefer to look at is non-energy inflation. Food, which is about 20% of the index, I don't think we should throw it out. So we do think there's going to be indirect effects on food, on goods, on services this year and into next year. But it's not the scale it was in the last episode. So this is why I agree with the Reuters analysis in the sense of if your benchmark is the scale of the pass-through that we saw 5 years ago, I don't think it's going to be like that. But I also don't think it's going to be invisible. I mean, we've tried to emphasize on our staff to differentiate between, in a simple-minded way, small, medium, and large oil shocks. This is not a small one. Small oil shocks, I think, don't leave much of a footprint on core. It's not a gigantic one either. It's kind of medium-sized shock, I think is a fair description. And so we are allowing for indirect effects, second-round effects, in a contained way. But again, we're not, we didn't announce last week we're going to go from 2.0 to 4. We said we're going from 2.0 to 2.25, and let's see what we do in the future, depending on how the data flow.
There's, of course, a new situation because there's a peace deal in Iran. So I'm curious, how does that change your calculus? How does that change the outlook?
So what I would say is, of course, it's early days. Of course, it's welcome news. The market did expect it as well. I mean, there was some market movement, but in the end, not a lot. And what we see, or what I saw yesterday, is the new oil forward curve is basically fairly horizontal for the next couple of years, not too far away from the current price. So what the current view of the oil market is high 80s, low 70s. So we don't have a big reversion to the pre-war level under the market pricing, but neither do we have the much higher prices that were in our adverse and severe scenarios. So by the way, for those of you who want to look later on, I put some slides up on the ECB website just to illustrate some of the points that I'm making here today. So you can compare yesterday's oil forward curve to our different scenarios. And the bottom line is it's hovering between our baseline and the milder scenario. But in the end, I think on a multi-year perspective, closer to baseline.
If we look at your scenarios, both the baseline scenario and the milder scenario include some policy tightening. So would this mean that if the oil price develops as the futures suggest, then the ECB will have to come back and at some point raise interest rates further?
So I very much appreciate that's a very natural question to ask you, to ask me. But let me say that I'm not really a big fan of answering highly conditional questions. So between now and our upcoming meetings, that's going to be a factor, how the oil prices develop. The wider, I think, geopolitical uncertainty is important. So when I think about what's going on, one of the issues is what will give firms, households, governments some clarity about, when they're trying to plan ahead for this year, next year, and so on. Is there basically going to be a quiet period coming up where a lot of the major news over the last 18 months, whether that's going to quieten down or not. So I would say tracking the oil price, tracking uncertainty would be important. I think tracking the whole AI developments around the world will be important. So I think there's a lot we're going to track. And this is why it's not an empty phrase to say we will be data dependent and meeting by meeting.
Let me put this question to you in a different way. What would you need to see to argue that more policy tightening is needed? And what would you need to see to argue against more policy tightening?
So again, when you ask that question, some people are going to hear that and will say the amount of policy tightening or not compared to the market curve versus going beyond 225 and so on. So there's a kind of ambiguity about, if you like, what is assumed and what is not assumed. But let me strip it down. And this is, I think, the opening sentence of what we said last week, is the rate decisions will be driven by our commitment to delivering 2% in the medium term. So essentially, whether we do more or stay where we are at the new level will depend basically on the incoming data about are there kind of strengthening challenges to that medium-term target of 2%, or are some of those risk factors calming down? And, essentially, inflation development. I mean, what we've done is, we've got the data we have, then we have to project forward using a range of models to project forward what might happen. All of those models are not going to be perfect. So there's a mix of kind of new shocks arriving, which can happen from many directions. And even the shocks that have already happened, we will be revising our view of those depending on what the incoming inflation numbers look like, the wage tracker, indices of supply chain pressures, many elements. But, I mean, it boils down, Balazs, to a simple situation, which is basically if the balance of evidence gives us more concern about inflation versus if the balance of evidence gives us less concern about inflation. And I don't think I can be more specific than that.
If you look at the energy market, we know a lot of damage has already been done, and also stockpiles have been run down. So it will take some time for the energy market to normalize. Have you done work in-house at the ECB to try to gauge if there's a full reopening of the Strait now? How long would it take for the market to normalize?
So I wouldn't say we have some kind of a unique perspective. I mean, many people are looking at those questions. And I think the role of the central bank is a bit different to an investor who really has to take a strong view on that. We can imagine different scenarios. But what I would say, and maybe just coming back to the current view of the market, I mean, the current view of the market is essentially saying some mix of it will take time for supply to be fully available, but also on the demand side, that, as you say, I mean, the world did rely, I think, in recent weeks on running down available inventory. And so the issue is going to be the imperative to rebuild inventory. So the price of oil is not just going to be a flow price, if you like, about what do I need now, but also decisions. They'll be partly private decisions, so whether that's energy firms, energy trading companies, governments, many different margins will be deciding about inventory accumulation. And so the overall dynamic of the market will reflect that kind of risk management in addition to, if you like, the normal. And maybe also I would say what we have said in our monetary policy statement for the last few rounds is this underlines the imperative of accelerating the transition towards more renewables. And so, if you like, even if there's a durable piece here, the conclusion many will draw, not just in Europe, around the world, is let's not have that again. Let's not be so sensitive and dependent on fossil fuel imports. And in terms of now we have viable alternatives in terms of renewables. I think this will have a lasting impact on the transition dynamic.
Given the shock to the European economy, I would have expected the ECB to make a larger revision to its economic growth projection, yet you only cut growth by the smallest possible margin. The idea of a recession has not even come up. I'm curious, what is the source of this resilience? Why is the European economy holding up despite all the turmoil?
So I think it's important not to overly focus on March versus June in terms of projections. Because first of all, in a fairly narrow window like that, there's lots of data revisions arriving. So our view of 2025 is different now than it was in March, for example. Our view of Q1 is different now. So some of the what goes into what looks like apparently a small revision is basically the starting point, if you like, looked better than we might have thought in March. So what I would emphasize, and again in the slide deck I put on the ECB website, is look at December versus June. So December was clearly before the war, and I think that gives you the right benchmark. So we actually do think that 2026 GDP is markedly lower compared to what we thought in December, especially for consumption and in investment dynamics. So I think we have fully allowed for the effect of the war. But please remember a few points. One is we do have supportive fiscal policy in Europe now. I'm not talking about the energy credits, the small minor in the grand scheme, fiscal response to the energy crisis. I'm talking about, first and foremost, the German fiscal expansion. So compared to, if you think about what we predicted what might happen in 2026, last March before the German announcement, there's significant support for the European economy coming from the German fiscal policy. In overall terms, we now have this year, and looking into the future, the overall euro area government deficit like 3-something. This is not the euro area economy we had before the pandemic. Now, it's not US-style fiscal deficits, but 3-something, steady 3-something, gives you a kind of orthogonal support, which is orthogonal to the shock. We think construction investment will come back this year. Remember lags in monetary policy? Since we only stopped easing a year ago, even last year we think the accumulated tightening cycle was a drag on the European economy, especially in construction. That drag is no longer there. So even though it's kind of a slow-moving dynamic, the recovery of construction is important. Maybe very importantly this year is we have real earnings continuing to go up this year, next year, the year after. So even with the inflation rate this year now expected at 3%, we have compensation per employee going up at 3.2 this year, next year, the year after. So yes, households are worse off than if the energy shock had not happened, but it's not like last time where there's a big drop in household incomes. This time we think the average European consumer will continue to have a real income gain this year. So that is support for consumption. And then the world economy we had a big upgrade to world trade. Europe is not at the center of the global tech boom, but the fact that world trade is doing better than expected is important. So it's not a silver bullet. Lots of individual items are positive And so the clearly negative energy shock is in the context of this wider resilience. But let me say, it's very important to say, the resilience is not by magic. The resilience includes the fact that households have strong balance sheets. Banks have strong balance sheets, including because of the long campaign to rebuild capital and liquidity in the European banking system. This is supporting now the resilience of Europe, and that corporates are not over-leveraged either. So if you have a resilient balance sheets, fiscal support, central bank starting point being a neutral interest rate, that gives you, and then globally the support from AI and so on, that gives you a lot of factors that explain why the negative shock from the geopolitics, whether it's trade, the tariffs, or oil, is basically counterbalanced by these factors.
So even if the war in Iran is over, is conflict really over? We've had a year of turmoil from Liberation Day to Gaza to Venezuela, then maybe Cuba's next. Is this the new normal, and how does the ECB and the European economy operate in this new normal?
So this is, I think, a very important issue. And we did a strategy review of what the ECB should be worrying about. And the conclusion, which we reconfirmed last summer, is essentially this decade especially. So this strategy review brings us to 2030. So for the rest of this decade. And, the slow-moving issues like demography, climate change, but we did zero in on geopolitical shifts. And this is, of course, it'd be a bad idea to go one by one saying, well, this happened and that happened. So I would say we don't try and predict what exactly is going to happen, but the conclusion is the years ahead may have more geopolitical shifts, and we have to recognise, be attuned to this in how we analyse what's going on, to recognise it creates more volatility. We don't take a stand on whether it means inflation is on average going to be higher or lower, but it does mean more volatility. And that volatility does mean how we make policy has to respond. So the conclusion of the review last year was we need to be basically put centre stage our risk assessment. So what we said is we will look at our policy not only under the baseline, which is the traditional view, but also the surrounding risks. And this is why last year, the first paragraph, or last week, the first paragraph basically said, this is a robust decision under a wide range of scenarios. And what I would say is, going back to your question, is the natural answer when you face this geopolitical risk is to look at different scenarios. And that's what we're doing.
But how does policy work in such a situation? The argument always has been that monetary policy works with long variable lags. If policy becomes effective 12 to 18 months from now, the environment could be vastly different. So how does policy stay effective?
So it's very important. It's a balancing act. So what we've tried to say since this war started at the end of February is we will differentiate between different cases. And what was important back in March is we didn't know, because many people said this is going to be over in a couple of weeks or a few weeks and will quickly reverse. If that had happened, then you would have said, well, we'll look through it because it's a blip. What we have now is basically already 4 months elapsed before this, more or less, nearly 4 months before this truce was announced. And what we have now is we think already in the pipeline of inflation is basically a year of inflation above 3%. With the long and variable lag, we look at inflation at all horizons, but inflation, for looking ahead a year and still being well above target does mean we think monetary policy, we need it to move now. What it does mean in a world of uncertainty is it's a bad idea to say, well, we think here's where interest rates are going over the next year. Because we need to be agile. We cannot lock ourselves in. to a policy path which will turn out to be irrelevant. So agility, responsiveness, being, I think, drawing a veil over where we might go in the future. And that's really a kind of guidance to everyone, markets, individuals, to recognize we live in a world that's hard to predict. But I think what we have to do is say, look, we will run monetary policy on a stabilizing role. What is our role? Is to stabilize inflation at around 2%. And if that requires us to move up on this occasion, we will continue to be, if you like, proactive in monetary policy in line with how the risks evolve. So we had long periods at the ECB where the ECB didn't have to do any kind of policy move because the world was not changing that much. But sometimes you have to move, and we felt on this occasion it was a robust decision to make this move.
Another big change in the last few years, a more quiet change, has been China taking market share away from Europe. And increasingly technologically advanced China is squeezing us out of key markets. At the same time, tariffs by the US are putting pressure on Europe. So we're squeezed between two major powers. How does Europe survive and thrive in such an environment?
So I think these are very important issues. My own background is my academic career was studying the world economy. So I'm very orientated to think about Europe in that global context. And in fact, a few weeks ago, and it's, I invite you to go to the ECB website to find it. I had a fairly long speech called Europe and the World Economy, where I tried to look at some of these questions. So what I think is important is to be methodical about it. Is when we think about China, and just lots of amazing work at the ECB by our staff, really fantastic work about understanding the effect of China in Europe, that you've highlighted some dynamics. But let me emphasize, it is for European inflation, the deflation out of China has kept inflation lower than otherwise. That does mean for many people in Europe, their incomes have been supported by cheap consumer goods from China. Many firms, there's definitely firms in a competitive pressure situation. Other firms are benefiting from cheap intermediate goods from China. So there's elements of the European economy that benefit from the cheaper imports out of China. There's other sectors which are facing pressure on markups, pressure on activity. And so I think it's very important to recognise Europe will grow more quickly if the world economy is growing more quickly in a balanced way. So I'm mindful the G7 is still on today. What's important, and this is, I suppose, I think the consensus among economists, is what we want to see in the global configuration is a more balanced growth performance across all the major regions. For us, this includes a stronger contribution from domestic demand. I mentioned the German fiscal expansion earlier on. I do think Europe should be asking, how can we make the domestic momentum stronger? And I think we have some reports called the Draghi report and the Letter report, which clearly indicate many policies that can help us there. So I think the best response, if you like, to the fact that we do have this competitive challenge from China is to improve the European economy. While not ruling out, of course, in the policy conversation, there can also be some specific policies. But in the grand scheme, I think it's important that Europe focuses on improving the growth rate of the European economy.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed to Philip and to Bhalat. Right, back now to how businesses are responding to the context, both the economic context and the geopolitical context, and critical for this next business, how consumers' changing habits are forcing strategy rethinks. I'd like to invite Carlsberg Chief Financial Officer Ulrike Fern to the stage. She will be in conversation with Reuters European retail correspondent Helen Reid. Come on through.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ulrike. It's really wonderful to have you here, and I'm excited for this conversation because Carlsberg is so global. You sell beer and a bunch of other drinks in around 125 markets.
More than that, yeah.
And that spans the whole of Europe, as well as India and the rest of Asia. So you're very well placed to know what consumers are doing right now. And I want to start by tackling what seems to be one of the major consumer trends of the time, which is that people are drinking less. Beer volumes have been falling, in part due to price inflation, but also changing preferences. So are alcoholic beverages entering terminal decline?
Yes, that is the big question. The answer to that is not just a simple yes or no, unfortunately, or fortunately. It's more that it's changing, and there's two big components to that. One of them we've talked about a lot during the day today is very cyclical, and where we are in the world at the moment and where the consumer is in the world at the moment. It is about affordability, and I can come back to that a little bit in a minute. And then the second part is that the consumer is changing. And different generation is changing slightly differently. So the part answer to that is two. And the first one is very much driven that, alcoholic drinks are more expensive in general, and the affordability of that, and given that there's a choice, people will choose maybe one less or drinking less if they can't feel that they can't afford it. And the reason we believe this is actually a fairly big part of it is we do see that when people feel they got more money, and this is more uncertainty driven than people have got less money. People are holding on to their money. We heard from the previous speaker that it's both companies and consumer have got quite strong balance sheets. So it's a choice. And then when the choice is there and it feels a bit more supported, whether that's weather or it's Christmas is coming, or we can see that people are spending, and then the alcoholic drinks start selling again. So there is a cyclical part in this. But then the more maybe interesting part in it, there is also a structural part of it, which is the world of consumers. The consumers change, and I think we're in a time when it changes quite rapidly at the moment, and particularly Gen Z, who is very much more focused on health and moderation. But at the same time, their experiences their drinks in a very, very different way. They are moving between different categories, and they want experiences outside the normal pub environment. And so there's a lot of changes that isn't directly linked to alcoholic or non-alcoholic, which is more due to that generation. And then health and moderation goes all the way through the generation. So both of those are happening at the same time. And it's both tastes and preferences, affordability, and then where and how people consume.
And how have you actually adapted your product offering then to these changes?
Well, I think all consumer goods companies are trying to do that, and it's happening quite fast. And we have... It's more about occasions now rather than it is about the particular product. What we also see is that people are a lot more connected to one thing, one brand, one experience. They want a range of occasions. It's moments and experiences that people are after. So what we have to do, we're a brewer at heart, but we've expanded much wider than a brewer. We're now 30% soft drinks, because we want to be there when the consumer moves into soft drinks, because it's the same consumer that drinks soft drinks that drinks the alcoholic beer later on, that then takes an alcohol-free beer, and we want to be there across. So we've done a big shift towards soft drinks, but also in the middle where it's got low alcohol and alcohol-free beer. It's big and growing at the moment, whilst keeping an important part, the premium part of our beer portfolio, where people choose to be a bit more discerning to themselves, a little bit of affordable, not luxury, I think that's taken it one step too far, but affordable treat, that's still growing. So you can see that we need to be there across those growth moments, as we call it, where people are actually buying more. But mainstream beer has also got a role in all of this, because that is part of everyday life.
Tell us a bit more about Gen Z and Gen Alpha. These are the consumers that are going to be driving spending patterns for the next decade and beyond. What are they saying? Because we've all read the headlines about how young people are more likely to meet up at a run club than to go to the pub. What does your research actually say?
They're saying very much that. It's saying that it's a generation, and Gen Z is what we got most information about, that they don't like the traditional ways of getting together. And I think it's partly linked in the environment that they've been growing up. Our research is saying this because that generation has been in a pretty uncertain world as they've come into drinking age. And that uncertainty has enable them or push them into doing things in a different way as well, as they are different. So we see more, you were saying, they could go to laundrettes or cafes or gyms and just out in the park in a very different way than we do. And maybe that's a little bit of affordability. It's more expensive to go into a pub, but it's also the way they do behave around each other and how they move. So we need to move with that. And for us, what that means is that we need to have products and formats that fit into that. China is one of our biggest markets. There, buying premium beer, so the little bit more expensive, little bit better beer, was always for the on-trade, so for the bars and the nightclubs. That's now moved into homes. So now we have to have a 1 liter bottle of beer, which looks very premium, that you can have almost like on the table at home and share. That's the sort of shifts we need to do. And that, for example, has been very, very successful, as well as meeting at the same time the lower alcohol and no alcohol formats also for the home and not just in the bar, and then the soft drinks occasion, which sort of sits somewhere. It needs to be there, but then they move from there and then back into beer again. So we need to be available at those places with both.
You mentioned the uncertainty that consumers are facing. Of course, executives are also facing extreme uncertainty. And we've seen that most recently with the energy crisis caused by the Iran war. It's sort of reignited these inflationary pressures, which are a real concern. Consumers are already fed up with high prices. So with this preliminary deal to end the war, does that come as a relief to you? Are you relieved, or do you think the pressure is continuing?
Well, I think, the uncertainty that is come with is just another level of uncertainty on top of what was uncertain already before. And of course, in a consumer business, we don't want uncertainty. The consumer gets uncertain. It holds on to it doesn't spend as much. So, of course, less uncertainty is good for us. So a deal like this would be welcome, of course, less uncertainty. And we were seeing already before the war that actually consumer confidence was coming back slightly and maybe at least stopped declining, actually across the world. And I guess the war was unwelcome for many reasons, but also for the fact that it disrupted the consumer, and it's now been a little bit in a holding pattern. We haven't seen that much of an impact on it through the year on the consumer directly. So it's going to depend very much now on what happens, whether this now holds as a deal, and if it does, hopefully the consumer will get back on track and feel a little bit more certain about the future. And that certainty is what will be helpful for having a bit more predictable future. But then, of course, this is the world of volatility, as previous speakers say, so we will hope that there's nothing after it. But this will, of course, be welcome from an uncertainty point of view.
Mm-hmm. And you actually have really deep experience in the drinks industry. I think you spent about 2 decades at Diageo earlier in your career. So could you put the current economic slowdown and geopolitical context into context for us? You know, how has it ever been this tough before?
No. I think this is as uncertain as it has been. I mean, we've gone through, and we've all gone through the COVID years, and it was one event that happened, and you sort of read through it, and in the beginning it was uncertain because we didn't know how it was going to play out. Then you were starting to see the inflationary pressure. You started to see how people behaved. So there was one scenario to play around. As much as it was uncertain, it was one scenario. I think what we're seeing now are several scenarios on top of each other. So it becomes a little bit difficult to discern what's again, coming back to my first point, what's structural versus what's actually behavioral. And then, of course, the longer the behavioral is impacted by some sort of cyclical factor, they might become structural. So what we're dealing with now, I think, is what we're trying to do is to try to... Volatility is kind of structural. It will be here. So gone are the days, if I go back a couple of decades, where you sort of said if there was a shock, you dealt with that shock and you saved your money and then you spend into your growth opportunities, into your brand, or what you wanted to do when that was secure and safe. Now is the time we need to do both at the same time. We need to become resilient enough, both strategically and operationally, so that we can maneuver the uncertainty, but we can't wait to spend for the future growth until it's stable, because we don't know when it's going to be stable again, and the uncertainty is going to be there. And that require, operational resilience, strategic resilience, but also a certain culture in your company to deal with, to take it forward. So I guess that's what we're doing, is that we're seeing that this layers of uncertainty is probably going to continue, because even if one is taken away, the next level are still there. So it's a challenge, but if you get a bit flexible in your capital allocation, you make sure you've got a portfolio that's got breadth, that takes on the consumer the way I talked about it before, and you are happy with and you're very clear on what your priorities are. You just have to move your capital allocation accordingly. And it's not it's something you need to build in as a system, because I think it's going to be needed for years to come.
Yeah, and speaking of that resilience and that investment, I think the drinks industry faces a huge potential impact from climate change, right? Increased risk of drought and extreme heat impacting hops harvests, for example. So how do you kind of maintain focus on mitigating those risks when there's a million other things to distract you?
So that is a really good question, and we actually think that's pretty straightforward, because all of that we can talk about while we're doing it, and the world is maybe sort of taking a little bit of the foot off the gas when in certain places. We're doing the opposite. We feel that gives us resilience. The less we know there is weather shocks coming, we know there are geopolitical uncertainty, we know there's economic certainty. Being flexible around your energy system, being flexible on how you grow hops, being flexible in your supply chain, and more resilience comes with the environmental investments we're doing. And we've always looked at it as two sides of a different coin. It's good for the world, but it's also good for resilience. So we will be leaning into, we've seen some benefit of being flexible in terms of energy supplies just throughout this last few months. So being able to swap from one to the other depending on what it looks like, being sure you've got flexibility and resilience in your crops, as you say, that's going to be part of being resilient into the future, and not just good for the world as we see it.
Mm-hmm. There is one positive that might be coming for the drinks industry this summer. The World Cup is usually a bit of a boost. Yeah. So although Carlsberg isn't an official sponsor, do you expect it to benefit you? And how do you kind of go about predicting how many pints are going to be poured?
So this is now you get into our forecasting models, which often says that World Cup is a big football event. But it depends on which teams are winning, it depends on what country is playing and what time it is. And of course, you were saying up front, we're mainly in Europe and in Asia. And when the games are played in another time zone and it's in the middle of the night, we have a little bit of less of an impact. But it is exciting times for football and for beer. And it becomes good promotional windows to put promotions out, or put communication out which connects with people. There's a huge excitement. Football in a way goes straight into that consumer occasion that I talked about up front. It's an experience. People get together outside or they go to arenas. So it fits right into the future of the consumer. So as an occasion, it's very relevant. The problem is just, as I said, when the times are and if it's the right teams to play. So we are a bit careful with our forecasts around World Cups because if all of those three are there, it will be great. And if not, it will be a little bit helpful.
That makes sense. We've got a few questions that have come through. So I'm just going to go for the one about, I guess, have you been thinking about getting involved with THC and other psychoactive substances in your drinks? Is that something you're exploring?
So we're a brewer, and what we do is brewing, and getting into this multi-beverage approach is because it requires roughly the same skill sets, it requires the same supply chains, it meets the consumer need in a beverage point of view, and that's what we do, and that's what we focus on.
So I guess that's a no to those other substances.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting, because it seems like that's a kind of a growing market in the US.
But it's also very US focused, and we're in Europe and Asia. And again, we focus on our skills and the needs that we very well can serve to the consumer.
I suppose there's a whole regulatory framework that would need to change as well to enable that.
That is a whole different category that doesn't. It's not a multi-beverage. It's not part of multi-beverage.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you see emerging markets in general and the demographic acceleration in Africa specifically impacting your business model?
I mean, Africa is a big beer and beverage continent. It's an interesting continent. There is a lot of players in Africa, so Africa is an interesting place where we have been, and we are, indirectly in here and there. So that is interesting. And other emerging markets as well. If you look at something like, depends on the big countries. You look at somebody like a Vietnam and an India, very interesting beer markets, very much growing beer markets. Population in India is very much moving from spirits into beer, so it's very supportive of that. It's in a way the low alcoholic version, and in a very warm country, it's a very good drink, and we are very much wanting to play there and continue to push there. In Vietnam, it's a very young population. It's a big population. Premium beer is a little bit less growing than mainstream beer, but the whole market is growing, high single digits, so very exciting. And you can look at, if you look in Africa, and we're not in Latin America, there are some nice growing beer businesses there. So it does depend on where you are in the cycle, where you are. Western Europe beer is the one that is probably the most challenged across the world, and the US, where we're not.
Yeah, I was going to ask about India, actually, because it seems like a lot of alcohol companies are sort of pinning their hopes on that as the next big growth engine. Do you think it has that potential to sort of deliver?
We do, yes, absolutely. And we do think that there is a supporting population. We do think that the trends that I talked about for the consumer do also appear there, but from a different context. It's an emerging market. There is a lot of wealth being accumulated into the drinking age, and that helps, which means that premium is starting to really drive forward as well. And then there is this shift, health and moderation, drinking a little bit less alcohol. Beer can play a big role there in India in another way than it does in other countries, as well as lower beverages than beer. So we are playing very hard in India, and it's a very good growth market for us, and will continue to be. And in this world, they live in their own little ecosystem, and it seems to be continuing to do very well.
And I think you were planning to potentially IPO your India business. Is that still on the cards?
So we've said we're going to do a strategic review of it, and that we're still doing.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much, Ulrika.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Thank you, Ulrika. Look, right now there's an interactive skills building workshop led by RADA Business on the engagement stage, which is next door. Spots are limited. It was really popular in New York last year. So head there if you want to join it. On the world stage in this room, we're going to turn our attention to navigating the Iran conflict and the fallout, which continues to be felt far and wide, nowhere more so than in the Gulf region itself, of course. Philip Jones, the Royal Commission for Al Ula's Chief Tourism Officer, will discuss how tourism is being redesigned in the Middle East. Please welcome Fionnuala Sweeney, who's going to lead this conversation.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome. This is a very interesting segment we're about to have, because I think a lot of us have an idea about what we think developments are like, or tourism developments are like in the Middle East / Gulf part of the world. So, but for those of you who don't know, I'd like to ask Philip, first of all, what is the development of Al Ula?
So Al Ula is one of the giga projects. It's a civilization that's been around for 200,000 years, and last 7,000 years continuously, and it's the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Saudi Arabia. It's in the northwest corner of the country, and it's about a 6-hour drive from Jeddah, and about a 4-hour drive from the Jordan border.
And how did a man from Louisiana in the deep south find himself in Saudi?
So I was, after I left, I was the Minister of Tourism for Louisiana, and then I left to be the CEO of what's known as Visit Dallas. And I got a call, and they said, we have this amazing opportunity in Alula. And I said, so where in Hawaii is that? That sounds amazing. And they said, no, it's in Saudi Arabia. And I said, yeah, no, thank you. I'm not interested in working in Saudi. And they said, no, you have to see this place. And they flew me over. And when I landed, it was just one of the most mystical, magical places that I'd ever experienced. It's surrounded by mountains, and you have the largest oasis, one of the largest oases in the country, 2 million date palm trees in the middle of the desert. So it's incredibly green, and you have 7,000 years of civilization full of archaeological sites and monuments and tombs. And so we didn't have to start from the very bottom. We literally had the assets in place. We needed to build an ecosystem to support a tourism industry because the Vision 2030, one of the missions is to transition and transform the economy of Saudi Arabia, and tourism is one of the pillars that they've identified. And so they wanted individuals with years of experience in the sector to come in and train local Saudi men and women for jobs in the travel and tourism industry.
I'll get to that in just a moment, but let me ask you, again, experience in Louisiana and Dallas, like you're working with UNESCO sites essentially in Saudi.
Right.
So what experience could you bring to a project that, while you may not have been starting from scratch, as we associate a lot of the giga projects in that part of the world, you were actually having to develop, as you've just put it, an ecosystem?
Yeah, we had to build, an airport. We had to build roads. We had to build the infrastructure to support a visitor industry because the county is the size of Belgium, and the population is 40,000, so it's very sparsely populated. And so what we had to, there wasn't a lot in place from a tourism infrastructure perspective, so we had to really go in and put in place the sort of the nuts and bolts of a tourism infrastructure. And so we've done that for the first few years, and then in 2020 we opened the first Hegra, which is the first UNESCO World Heritage Site, has 111 monuments and tombs. So if you've heard of Petra, that's the northern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. Alula and Hegra is the southern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. And so we have 111 monuments and tombs in one location. So people are astounded when they come. And when they're there in Alula, they're there with one person or two people, as opposed to Petra with 1,000 people. And so it's very bespoke, very individual, and very, very mystical.
Is it Western in design? How involved is the local community in it? How do you begin to build that ecosystem around these sites, some of whom are 1,000 years old?
So Alula was closed for the last 100 years, basically. Madayan Saleh, as it was called, which we now call Hegra, was closed to the public. And so we opened it and our other heritage sites in 2020, and that was the beginning of the journey. And I think the first year we were open as a tourism destination, we built a couple of hotels. We're now up to almost 7 hotels that have been built. We're opening a Hyatt later this year. We have an Autograph Collection under construction, and we've announced the 6 Senses and 2 Amman hotels as well. So we're working through that process, but we didn't have enough inventory to support the visitor industry, and so now we're up to 1,000 keys. And so last year we hosted 320,000 visitors from around the world to Alula, and it's one of those destinations that you have to see it to believe it. It's really special and stunning and authentic.
And talk about sustainability. Is that something we associate with giga projects?
Certainly for Alula, we have a manifesto where every project we build and develop is done sustainably, and because we want to be in it for the long run, right? And we have 7,000 years of history and heritage, so we want to make sure we protect and preserve that. It's been around for 7,000 years. We need to keep it around for another 7,000 years. So everything we're doing is done as part of a master plan, and only 50% of Alula will be developed. The rest will be a national park. And we have 6 national parks and reserves that we're developing. We're reintroducing the Arabian leopard. There are only 140 left in the world today, and now we're breeding in captivity. We've bred 32, so the goal is by 2030 we'll release 50 Arabian leopards into the wild. So we're rewilding, repopulating. We planted 1 million seedlings last year, so 147,000 of them were used for hotels and other visitor assets we're building, including museums in Alula as part of the journey to develop the destination.
You mentioned mentioned a tourism figure of 320,000 last year. I mean, what does at capacity look like?
320,000. we had full occupancy, during the season. Now, what happens is, our goal is to get to 1 million visitors by 2030. I think realistically we'll probably get somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000.
And then how do you balance that volume of visitors with keeping the ecosystem in place? And where does sustainability come into it? And if I may just jump ahead, just to give you some time to think, it's also what about the actual business of making money, because it's not a charity.
Indeed. I mean, the first phase, it was very much funded by the national government, the Ministry of Finance. Now we're in phase 2, where we're looking for partners and investors to come in and help offset costs associated with building hotels and other visitor assets.
And may I ask what's in it for them?
A good return, because Alula is probably the crown jewel in the tourism of the tourism product in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Because it is so unique and so special, we're working very hard to preserve and protect it. We want to keep it authentic. We want to manage the numbers. We don't want to have over-tourism. And we're very, very careful in how we go about selecting partners from the various brands, along with the experiences that they have. And, our NPS, Net Promoter Score, is in the 90s. I've yet to meet a single person who's come to Alula who left going, it was all right. Everyone goes, wow, it was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. It's stunning. Why doesn't the rest of the world know about this place?
But at the same time, you can anticipate 1 million visitors top a year. What kind of visitors are you looking for if you want to balance sustainability with a solid financial business plan and growth?
The reality is we're a premium luxury destination, so the average daily spend is considerably more than it is in the rest of the kingdom, because to stay in our hotels, you're spending 5,000 SAR, or about $1,500 to $2,000 a night during our peak season. And the hotel brands we've selected are all premium luxury. So we're sort of and by design, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia wants Alula to be sort of the premium luxury gateway to the rest of the kingdom. There's lots of 4- and 3-star properties all around Saudi Arabia, but for Alula, we're focused on high-end visitors who are, interested in cultural heritage experiences. We've just finished a bunch of research. 70% of our visitors are interested in a cultural experience. 70% are interested in a heritage experience, and 60% are interested in arts and culture. So we're investing in a contemporary art museum, a museum of the Incense Road, and we have a massive project called Wadi Al Fan, which is Valley of the Arts, which is an investment in large public sculptures in one of the most stunning valleys in Alula.
And who provides the cultural experience for the visitors? I think you said 40,000 people live in Alula?
So we've created about 2,000 jobs in Alula in the tourism sector, and many of them are locals who are, residents. Their families have been residents for many years. Most of them are women, which is interesting. And we have a program called Rawi, which is storyteller. And a lot of the visitors who come in they are exposed to the Rawis, and they tell them the stories of their families, but also they're wonderful ambassadors for us. In fact, we have an event this week in Paris with UNESCO showcasing the Rawis as a role model for other sort of destinations that want to use authenticity as part of the storytelling process.
We've been talking a lot today, and various speakers have been talking a lot about, obviously, the backdrop of uncertainty in our world. And I know that, the western part of Saudi isn't exactly the Gulf, but it's not exactly immune, as indeed not many parts of the world are immune at the moment from the continuing uncertainty. I mean, in terms of its location, what are your concerns about that?
So let's put this in perspective. Saudi Arabia is the 12th largest country in the world. Right? It's a large geographic area. We're on the coast with the Red Sea. We're 1,000 miles away from where all the action is happening on the East Coast in Dubai and Qatar and even in Dammam, which is on the eastern side of Saudi Arabia. So we're far removed from that. So it's business as usual for us. Now, are we impacted by it? Yes, we see a lot of international visitors all think the Middle East is one area when it's a very large geographic area. So we are suffering from that from an international perspective. But what we've done is we've focused now and pivoted to the domestic market, because you're 30 plus million Saudis who are open to traveling to destinations like Alula, and we're seeing a lot of that slack being taken up by Saudi visitors or visitors from Dubai or visitors from Qatar or Kuwait or elsewhere in the Middle East. But I mean, put this in perspective. The difference between Alula and the East Coast is the distance between New Orleans and Chicago, roughly. So that's how removed we are. And the flights on that side of the western side of Saudi Arabia are open. Jeddah is a major hub, and you can fly in and out of Alula on 20 different flights a week.
And essentially, do you have any concerns about an energy crisis, or is it that the kind of visitor that you're hoping to attract doesn't have those kind of, pocketbook concerns?
Very few. I mean, we hosted 400 private jets last year for visitors flying in because they wanted to be among the first to experience this amazing destination. Now we're seeing more visitors who are also interested in sustainability. And so they want to support destinations that embrace sustainability. They want to support destinations that are doing it right. Our goal is to be net carbon neutral by 2060. And so a lot of the work that we're doing, everything we do is done in a sustainable way so that we, again, can support this transition from just an oil-based economy to a multifaceted aspect from an economic perspective.
Well, if you look forward to sustainability, I'd like to just take a step backwards first and ask you, in terms of the phase that this project has currently undergone, what changes or what was the unexpected, event or trajectory in the project that forced you to have to think a different way, and maybe was something positive that you learned from rather necessarily, a setback?
I would say that the support from the local community and the fact that so many of the jobs we're creating are for young females. And so a lot of the businesses we have in Old Town, which is one of our heritage sites, are female-owned. We have a project called Madrasat Adira, which is a project that has 100 local women who are making arts and crafts, lovely jewelry, lovely weavings, lovely art that are being commissioned by major hotel companies and major department stores because they're so unique. All Saudi.
Beyond Saudi.
Beyond Saudi, globally. And they are, they're truly the artisans of Alula. And 100 of the 102 working in this program, 100 are women. And they're so proud to be able to showcase their skills and their arts and crafts and their product to global visitors who then come and buy this amazing product in Alula.
And across the industry, women are in...
50% of the jobs, if not more, in Alula are held by women. In fact, the CEO of the Royal Commission for Alula is a young woman. She's in her early 40s. And so that's the thing that people don't realize is that there's been a massive transformation and transition in the country of Saudi Arabia. And, it's so different than what I thought it would be like when I was approached 7 years ago. And I can talk about it all day, but the best thing you can do is come see it for yourself. I promise you won't be disappointed, and you'll leave having learned something about a culture and a history that you probably knew nothing about.
Just go back to the fact that it's 7,000 years old and you want to preserve it, presumably, for the foreseeable future and beyond into another 7,000. How do you balance that and continually balance that desire to be a business, to entice visitors, to keep the tradition, and importantly, to keep the community involved and engaged?
Well, step one is you have to keep the community involved, because when visitors visit a destination, they want to engage with the locals. They don't want to, they want to feel like they're part of the local community, and so they want to be exposed to the markets and the experiences that the locals enjoy. So that's one thing. The other aspect of it is to make sure that as we go through this journey together, that everything we do is authentic and real and unique. It's not copy cutter. It's not Disneyland. It's not Dubai. We're the anti-Dubai. I mean, Dubai's great. But so if you're looking for that, don't come to Alula. If you're looking for authentic cultural heritage experience, if you're looking for a majestic setting, if you're looking for some of the most stunning scenery that you can imagine, then come to Alula and enjoy it. And people who come, they really take a deep breath and they sort of recharge. And we're putting a lot of emphasis on wellness as one of the next pillars we'll be developing.
So in terms of development, I'm wondering, would it be possible to have developed this particular area without the support of UNESCO and international partners and the experience that international partners can bring to bear on this kind of tourism?
No, international partners are key to our success, right? Now, you want it to be real and authentic, so we're engaging locals and a lot of the young Saudi men and women who've embraced the change happening. Put this in perspective, 75% of the country of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 35. So it's a young country, and so they're embracing these opportunities. And so we want to make these opportunities available to them. But at the same time, we need the support and expertise and the involvement of the international community because it's an international destination. And so we want to make sure that, when you come to Lille, you'll see signs in English and Chinese now. So we're really doing everything we can to be open to visitors from around the globe to ensure that they understand that, we value their business, we want them, but we're also looking for investments. If anyone's interested in building a hotel or another visitor asset, come see us because we'd love to talk to you.
Let me ask about the 7 years you've been there, building this not from scratch, but presumably working with partners. What do the next 7 years look like? And again, I'm kind of conscious of the sustainability balance.
I think, we're going to see more development of the cultural assets. So we'll see the opening of the Museum of the Incense Road, the only one of its kind, because we were on the incense route from Yemen to Turkey, basically back in the day, thousands of years ago. And so we're going to have a museum dedicated to that. 40% of the artifacts have already been acquired. Asif Khan is the architect for that project. Then we have a contemporary art museum because we have a big investment in arts and culture. And so we have a huge acquisition, a partnership with the Pompidou that we are engaged with. And so we'll be opening a contemporary art museum that Lena Gottman is designing. So we have star architects designing some of our assets. And then we'll see more hotel development. We've announced the Six Senses, the Hyatt will open, the Autograph Collection will open, a couple of the Amman projects will open. And one of the most unique hotels in the world is a project being designed by the French architect Jean Nouvel, and he's carving the rooms into the rocks, just like the tombs used to be for the Nabateans back at 2,000 years ago. It's going to be one of the most stunning hotels in the world when it opens in 2030, 2031. And again, we'll have very unique offerings that can't be found anywhere else in the world.
I mean, we talked about the local community's involvement, and we've talked about, partnership, international involvement. What about the domestic tourist industry, which we associate with largely being religious? Mm-hmm. Is this something that is attractive or appeals to the domestic traveller? And do you want to appeal to the domestic traveller?
Definitely. I mean, because of what's happening geopolitically, a lot of the visitors coming to Lula today are from within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, we're not a religious tourism destination. We'll take visitors who are here from Mecca or Medina, and if they want to experience Lula, they can. But that's not necessarily our core target market. Our core target market are the international markets, around United States, Europe, Asia, and then, the region. But again, these are people who are well-traveled, who have the disposable income to pay the rates that we have, and who want to experience and enjoy a destination that is very unique globally, and one that is sort of the crown jewel in the kingdom's tourism offerings, because we're sort of the benchmark for many of the other projects being developed in the kingdom.
We'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. We're going to take a break, and then after that we're going to move into the final 2 or 3 sessions. First up after the break is a real treat, a live recording of our own Econ World podcast, which is entitled Brexit, Is That It? We're then going to shift to conversations about AI, including its impact on the music business. Boy George will join live from New York for that discussion. We will see you back here in about 20 minutes. No, 4 o'clock, I'm told, 4 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. 2 or 3 really good sessions to finish up the day. We've got a treat for you now. Please welcome Reuters Econ World host Carmel Crimmins. This will be a live recording of her and our Reuters most popular podcast. She will be talking with Europe editor Rachel Armstrong, who you saw earlier on the editor's briefing, and Reuters UK and Ireland bureau chief Kate Holton about Brexit. Is that it? So Carmel and Rachel and Kate, come on out.
Good afternoon, London. How are we doing? Are we all caffeinated? I'm glad to see there are some people who actually want to engage in a discussion about Brexit. I actually thought we were going to have to drag people off the street for this one because, let's be honest, this can be a triggering topic. So clearly we're all gluttons for punishment. Now, this session is being recorded for my podcast, Reuters Econ World, and most of the audience for that show are American. So when they think of British politics, you know, they think of rowdy House of Commons sessions, they think of people shouting, order. So if you feel like heckling us, or if you feel like agreeing with us and want to shout out, hear, hear, go for your lives. We're also going to get you to vote during this session, and I don't know if we can have the questions perhaps appear on the screen. Bear with us while we do this. We get the questions on the screen. I'm glad to see the lights are a little bit lighter in this room. Actually, earlier on, it was like a nightclub. I thought I was just going to see the whites of your eyes. So the questions are, the first one will be, will Britain rejoin the EU in the next 25 years? So that's the first question. And to vote, you just use your phone with this QR code. Second question, will Nigel Farage ever be Prime Minister? And then the third question, will England win the World Cup? So we're going to find out how you voted at the end of the session. And let's get into it. I'm delighted today to have 2 wonderful people on stage with me, 2 people who, for their sins, have been at the front seat of all the machinations of British politics over the last 10 years. And that is Kate Holton, our UK bureau chief, sigh from her, Rachel Armstrong, our Europe editor. So I've got to ask, guys, is this topic triggering for you?
I was going to say it is a bit triggering. As people remember, it was incredibly emotive and febrile in the UK when this vote happened. And I can remember it was clearly that stage of life where I went to a wedding on the Friday after the Brexit vote and on the Saturday. And you just remember it dominated the conversation, like these poor people's weddings dominated the conversations. Families were falling out, tables were arguing. So it brings back those memories. And then it just dominated all UK coverage that we did for the next 4 years. And I'd forgotten some of it, but I was trying to remember what was all those terms we were talking about. We were talking about hard Brexit, a soft Brexit, the backstop, the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Yes.
All of that. I had a look. I was saying to Kate earlier, you can look at the Brexit glossary on the House of Commons website, and there's 40 pages of very arcane terms which dominated our life for about 4 years.
I'd say that page doesn't get a lot of hits somehow. Kate, you were kind of wincing over there as Rachel was mentioning some of those terms. This is a tough one for you. Have we got the support animal outside waiting for you after this?
I met a new European diplomat who's just moved to London the other day, and he said, I can't believe you're all still talking about this 10 years on.
Ouch.
Like, welcome to London.
Ouch. Well, on that note, I mean, I think we'd probably be talking about it this month because it's 10 years. But it does feel like it's back up on the agenda again. Is this all down to a potential leadership race in the Labour Party?
So, I mean, it's 10 years, as you say, and one of the interesting things about Brexit is that when Britain eventually came to leave, it was very quickly followed by a pandemic and then the war in Ukraine, which had a huge impact on the economy. So in some ways, it's taken quite a long time for people to really be able to see what the impact of Brexit was, and so that's an element. But yes, the Labour Party, the Labour government is struggling. It needs to find some economic growth from somewhere, and it also wants to set itself apart from other parties, and so the one lever it has is saying it wants to be closer to Europe.
I mean, on that kind of international backdrp, that's also important too, isn't it, Rachel? I mean, we've seen a lot change in the last 10 years. We've got, war in Europe, we've got kind of global trade kind of stuttering, and then tensions with the US. I mean, in a way, President Trump and President Putin are kind of advertisements for maybe finding friends in other quarters, right?
I mean, I think, if you're Keir Starmer, you will look at Europe and think, these are more reliable people to talk with. These are people who I can have, trustworthy conversations with. They're all at the G7 today. The European leaders will have conferred going into that. If you look at the security backdrop on Ukraine, you hear a lot about the E3, Germany, France and Britain meeting, and perhaps at the moment, diplomatically, they feel they can push a bit more than the EU can. So you definitely feel there is that dynamic. I also feel probably Merz, Macron and Starmer are having terrible times at home. It's probably quite good therapy for the three of them to talk to each other quite often. So there is definitely that dynamic, but I think the UK is definitely not in the club. When it comes to spending money, when it comes to trade, it is still very much out in the cold. The UK desperately wants to be part of the EU's defence programme where you can get cheap loans to rebuild your militaries, and the EU has told Britain in no uncertain terms that will cost you €6 billion, to which Britain has said no thank you. So there's definitely more of a meeting of minds between them, but there's not a meeting of wallets in any way.
Got it. I mean, people in this room will know the reasons why Brexit happened, why the vote went the way that it did, and there wasn't one particular overarching reason. But Kate, for people on the live stream, for people maybe who watch the podcast later, what were the reasons?
So, I mean, that whole element is really interesting in itself, because you had very different people with different backgrounds. You had people from very modest backgrounds, and you had some of the wealthiest people in society who all felt that leaving the EU would solve all Britain's problems. And for some, it was that they wanted it was dubbed Singapore on Thames, a free market, freewheeling. I think the word swashbuckling was used. Kind of country that would go out and trade with everybody. And then you had others who hoped that leaving the EU would bring an end to globalisation, that there would be more state protection, and they're very different outcomes. So what that meant is, it meant that you had enough people in the country who wanted to vote for it, and that gave you 52%. But it also meant that once the vote had happened, you had a lot of people who expected a very different outcome, and that's pretty problematic. And that's still the case now. That no one, when they voted for it, no one had really articulated what it meant other than not being in the EU. And so that's part of the pain of the last 10 years.
And how did that work out? I mean, is it fair to say the consensus is that Brexit was bad for the British economy? I mean, that seems to be the consensus, right? There was a big loss of economic output. I saw an estimate of between 6 and 8% of GDP.
Yeah, well, I mean, like everything, it's contested, but I don't think anyone actually disputes that it's been a problem for the economy. So the official forecast by the government's official budget forecaster is it's 4% of productivity, but for sort of imports and exports, it's 15%. I mean, that's pretty enormous. There was an American think tank which produced, and they said 6 to 8%. Lots of people dispute some of the way they worked it out. But, Brexiteers would say there are big problems in the country to start with, very high energy costs. They would say there's too much regulation, lack of investment, etc. And all those things are true. But also there's been 10 years of, for a large part, staring and talking about one issue. It's massively deterred investment, which is really bad for the economy. For a long time, Parliament didn't talk about anything else. And this is at a time when the world's changing really rapidly, and that's all quite problematic, I would say.
I mean, to be fair to the Brexiteers, we also had a global pandemic. Mm-hmm. We had we still have the war in Ukraine, which pushed up energy prices. So some of that will also have negatively affected the UK economy. But if we compare it to its European peers, it's definitely a laggard, Rachel.
It is a laggard, and I think there are a few measures where it's particularly interesting where it lags behind. So, as Kate mentioned, productivity is one key area. Another area that I think is really interesting is real income growth, which I think can go quite a long way to explaining where Britain is as a country. And Britain has had slow real income growth since the 2008 financial crisis, and you'd probably argue that that was one factor why people voted for Brexit. in particular. It has got the slowest real income growth of the major European countries, and particularly interesting is that the lowest 40% of earners have seen their real incomes decline over the past 10 years. And I think if you think about some of the levels of dissatisfaction there was in this country going into the Brexit vote, and then there is now, and then you see that figure, then that starts to explain a lot.
Yeah, and then you've small businesses as well, are particularly badly affected, right, by the increased sort of red tape that's required now to trade into Europe.
We've done a series of stories to mark the 10-year anniversary. One that I think went this morning was on two brothers. They both work in logistics.
That was a cracking story. You should check that out on Reuters.com. Yeah.
One was for Brexit, the other was against it. 10 years on, they still don't agree with each other. But the one who thought Brexit was a terrible idea has managed to make quite a lot of money out of it because they have been the advisors on how to fill in all the paperwork, of which there is a lot.
Every crisis is an opportunity.
Yes.
Now, Rachel, you ran Reuters coverage of financial services when Brexit kicked in. And I remember at the time there was a lot of, I was working in New York, I was running the file there. There was a lot of doomsday predictions. I think, in fact, JP Morgan boss Jamie Dimon flew over to the UK and warned, I think, that thousands of jobs would be pulled if Brexit was voted in. What has the actual impact been on the city?
Yeah, so that's very interesting because, you know, these doomsday predictions about the city, they weren't just outliers. I can remember you'd go and talk to the CEOs of banks and funds in the build-up to the vote, and they were all saying, we will have to move thousands of jobs if this happens. I think there were predictions from some think tanks that about 100,000 jobs from the city would go. Jamie Dimon, he was here, as you say, just before Brexit. I think he said they would move 4,000 jobs. He was talking at their big operations centre in Bournemouth and gave that warning. I don't think that went down very well. Interestingly, they've just got planning permission to expand that operations centre in Bournemouth massively, and they're building a huge new EMEA headquarters in Canary Wharf. Okay. So there's no one particularly good estimate of how many jobs have moved, but it's been far below the 100,000. It has been a few thousand, and they've not all congregated in one place. We used to do a lot of stories about, will it be Frankfurt, will it be Amsterdam, will it be Paris that will be the new financial centre of Europe? It's probably none of them. London is still by far the biggest financial centre of Europe. All of those capitals have picked up a few jobs and a bit more business, but nothing like on the scale that was promised. What has happened is that billions of pounds worth of banking assets that were linked to EU institutions and companies and people, they moved. The pipework for a lot of trading activity, that moved. But the actual kind of number of people, that stayed kind of the same.
In fact, I thought I read a stat somewhere that employment in the city is at a record high, actually. Yeah.
I mean, the city has also evolved since then. There's more tech companies working here, fintech. It's been a great place to move. I think perhaps what's worrying for Europe as a whole, though, is that everywhere is doing a little bit better, but nowhere is doing anywhere close to as well as what America is doing.
Well, yeah, it's the North Star that is the US economy right now. And, of course, Elon Musk, SpaceX, I saw today it's now bigger than Amazon and Microsoft. So it's just sucking all of the oxygen out of the room for everyone else, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I was looking, I shouldn't say this too loudly because we're on the same square as the London Stock Exchange, but I think the biggest IPO in London so far this year has been about £100 million. We're not even reaching £1 billion. Let alone £1 trillion.
Yeah. I mean, have there been any benefits? Because the argument was that if you're outside of Europe, you can write your own rules, and that is attractive to capital, right? If you can offer people sort of loopholes, you know, innovative ways to trade. Have there been any benefits?
So I think whatever you think about Brexit, there is an argument that the UK could move faster on regulation and set its own path because, you know, if you're one regulator versus 27, that helps. So on AI, the UK has sort of gone between the US and Europe, and I think that's deemed to have been quite successful so far. On smaller areas like chemicals and agriculture and medical devices, a sort of a larger UK regulator has managed to make decisions more quickly, is taking a slightly different approach to risk. And so there are companies that will like that. Potentially, some companies would move to the UK to benefit from that. I don't think that offsets the loss of access to a huge market, but it's interesting. And in a time when the economy and growth is perhaps so tied to innovation and new products, etc., if you could stick to that, maybe that is something. However, we'll perhaps come to this, the loss of a huge market, of access to a huge market, is a big deal. The Labour government is now looking at ways that it can get closer to Europe, and it may actually end up reversing some of that independence. So it's not even clear that that's going to last.
Yeah, talk to us about that, the political fallout, because that has been huge, hasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, the instability is just...
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 prime ministers since the vote. And I can't remember.
Really, 6?
6, wow. And potentially 7 in a couple of weeks' time.
Indeed. Indeed. Hope you're all voting on that, by the way.
I can't remember the stats, but if you think of the length of time that the likes of Blair and even Major and Margaret Thatcher were in power, it's a huge change. It goes back a long time since we had this level of instability. And the other thing that's kind of fascinating, and I guess this is not just Britain, this is a Europe global issue, is it sparked a complete realignment of British politics. So in Britain, you would have people, families who voted Labour all their lives because their parents had. And those people who, would perhaps have fresh memories of hating Margaret Thatcher were voting for the Conservative Party because what they were saying on Brexit was more important. And that shake-up, there's no sign that is going to be undone. And that also, I think, means that politics becomes much more unpredictable. You potentially, at the moment, have 5 parties that can get a highest chunk of the vote. So that makes it really unpredictable to call who is going to win a next election.
It's still, though, with the kind of first-past-the-post system, that 2 parties, it's still hard to break that stranglehold, isn't it, if I can put it like that, because of the nature of the vote, the way it goes in?
It is.
Or do you think that's...
No, I think it's changing because you've now got you've got 4 or 5 parties who may get over 15% of the vote. So you saw Labour win a large majority, but actually the vote was not that high. I think the first past the post works when you've got 2 parties. It becomes, I think, much more unpredictable. It's a long-running thing that maybe opposition parties or certain opposition parties say we should change the British political voting system, and then the second they get elected, they say, no, it's fine, actually, don't worry, we quite like it. So I don't know how that changes or if it will, but there's certainly more talk about it.
What about the kind of the rise of the far right? Has that also been, could we trace that also back to Brexit, or does it go back further?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, so I'm not necessarily saying Reform is far right, but Nigel Farage's party has led the polls. He's led every poll for well over a year now, which is pretty striking. There are definitely, I mean, I think in some ways the issues have not changed, but Europe's involvement in that. So the conversations are still about immigration. The conversations are still about a political elite, etc. It's just now people aren't blaming Brussels for that. They're blaming stuff closer to home, possibly.
And Rachel, we've seen that kind of that political instability have an impact on the markets. Like the bond vigilantes definitely have the UK in their sights, don't they? They sort of keep very much a watching brief on the plans of the government.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you recall last year there was a moment when the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, was a bit upset. She'd clearly, like many of us do, had a bad day. She was seen in Parliament look upset, and gilt started selling off, which is incredible. Kind of, an unheard of thing. And I think we were looking at that. There's no one single factor. Obviously, France, German government bonds. You always have the ECB. You have that backstop. I think the UK not being in Brexit, not being in the EU, has contributed to that volatility. But it is also the sense that Kate noted that, the markets don't know who might be Prime Minister in 1 year's time, in 1 month's time. They don't have that kind of sense that there'll always be a chancellor who will always stick to a certain set of fiscal rules. You know, the Liz Truss moment kind of looms large in the minds of many bond investors, which does make the UK market more and more febrile.
Right, and that Liz Truss moment, for anyone who as again, I think everyone in this room is well aware of it, for people on the live stream or maybe people who are watching, is that moment when the then British Prime Minister was looking at increasing spending without bringing forth any tax cuts, and then there was this sharp reaction, to put it mildly, on the bond market, and that was the end of Liz Truss. A majority of voters, though, Kate, now believe Brexit was a bad idea and would like to rejoin. But how does that tally then with the support that we're seeing for reform?
So reform doesn't talk about Brexit a huge amount. Like I say, it talks about the similar issues, but it doesn't particularly talk about Europe. I mean, if there's any... Why
is that?
I mean, if Labour talk about wanting to get closer, then they shout betrayal, and that is effective. But they've moved on. They want to talk about the current issues of the day. But what's interesting on the polling is, yes, a majority show that a majority of people think that Britain should rejoin the EU. But when you start to ask the question, do you want open access on immigration, and would you be willing to pay money to rejoin the support gets to about 30%, 35%. So, Labour can turn to Europe quite often as this is what we're here for. We offer closer ties to Europe. But the relationship between the UK and the EU was always really difficult, including when it was a member. There is a press here that likes to zero in on the amount of money that's spent, etc., etc. So you can talk about rejoining, but the reality is it will cost money. It would probably take a referendum. That's another 5 years of Britain talking to itself and not noticing that the world is changing. That's all kind of a bit dangerous. So I don't know. In some ways, everything's changed, and in some ways, nothing's changed. Right?
So the sense is no one has an appetite for a rerun of the referendum in the UK?
I don't think, not yet, no.
What about in Europe, Rachel?
Well, I think there's probably a few things. One is, you could see that there may be some people in Europe, they're looking at Trump, they were like, it would be much better if Britain was back in the club. They'd look at the Labour government, they think we may be able to start the negotiation, it would be long and painful, we could do it. But then they've got to think, well, hang on, Nigel Farage could be Prime Minister in 6 months' time, in a year. Do we want to begin negotiations which would continue with him? That would be madness. So I think, A, the political instability would make the EU a lot less willing. And also, the EU does not want anyone else to do what Britain did. So it needs to be very clear, even now, that if you leave, there is a cost. Right. And if you want to come back in, it will not be easy. So, Britain is going back into the Erasmus scheme next year, which is a scheme where students at UK universities can go and study at an EU university and vice versa.
Did anyone here do Erasmus? Show of hands? Okay. All right. Nice. Only 2.
Now, that seems like a win-win scheme. Very good. It will cost the UK for one academic year £500 million to be back in that scheme, and it used to cost between 2 and 300 million. So, and as I mentioned earlier, the UK wants to be part of the EU's defence spending subsidised loan plan, and the EU is setting a very high charge for that. So the EU at the moment, I think it is saying, if Britain wants bits and bobs of access to EU stuff, it can have that, but it is going to sell them at a very bespoke price. And I think if you start to add those up, the bill will suddenly become quite unpalatable.
Is that because they don't want to set an example for others who might be tempted to leave?
Yes, I think, in a word. Plus, what's the advantage of having the UK in? That they bring a lot of money. I mean, the other countries that are coming into the EU over the coming 5-10 years, Montenegro could be in 2028. Ukraine accession talks began.
Yes.
Last night. That will be a very difficult one for the EU to swallow. And those are all countries which are still relatively poor and would be taking up quite a lot of the subsidies. So if the EU wants Britain in, it wants Britain in with a big fat check, please.
So, Kate, it seems to me then, there's no appetite for a referendum, but yet Labour's talking about let's get closer to Europe. So what do they mean?
They mean easing access to markets. So the reset is on youth mobility. They can't call it anything that sounds like migration, so they have to call it youth mobility. And they're now actually calling it youth experience.
Okay.
Which is easier. So that
covers a multitude.
Yeah, yeah, have an experience. They want to ease barriers on moving food, so UK and vice versa, food exporters being able to trade with each other more easily, and they want to bring their energy markets together. The problem that Europe has is, or its issue is, as you've said, it doesn't want Britain cherry-picking the bits that it likes while saying, actually, we'd rather be more competitive on something like AI. So that's what they're wanting to show that they can make some practical differences that will make it easier, particularly for small businesses, for people going on holiday. So there's always a big focus in the British press on how long the queues are in European airports. I think some countries have said British tourists can use EU gates, some haven't, or different elements on travel. So it's things like that. They want to show that they're making a tangible difference to people's lives by having a better relationship with Europe. But it takes quite a long time to get there.
Does that mean, though, a customs union? Is that kind of what they're inching towards?
I think, possibly in the long run, yeah. Customs union would mean sort of alignment on rules and regulations, particularly, but and it would cost money to do that. I think maybe over time you'll see a steady, unless Nigel Farage becomes Prime Minister, you will potentially see them get closer in different ways.
Now, how do the shenanigans, if I can put it like that, in the Labour Party play into that? Right, we've got a by-election coming up. If Andy Burnham wins, if he actually ends up running the Labour Party, being the next Prime Minister, does that change anything in terms of Labour's offering on Europe?
There's two potentials. There's Wes Streeting, who was the Health Secretary. He said he would like to see Britain back inside the EU. Burnham had said that previously, but he's running in a seat that I think is more pro-Brexit, so he's toned that down. But they will face the same challenges that Starmer has faced, which is you can talk about these things, but when you get to the reality of what it costs, what it looks like, what you have to give up in return, sometimes politicians think, well, I have to stand tough on this and can't be doing that.
So where does this all leave us? Like, if I could maybe take that question, and we will find out how you guys voted, the idea that Britain would rejoin the EU in the next 25 years. Rachel, do you think it's possible? How would you vote on that?
I think it's possible. I think if I had to vote one way or another, I would probably vote no, though, partly because of all the difficulties we've set out, and also because it's going to be a very rocky next few years for the EU. You could have the RN in power in France. You still have the AfD ahead in the polls in Germany. Now, interestingly, neither of those parties now are talking a lot about we would leave the EU. You don't hear about a Frexit or a Dexit anymore, but they are talking a lot more about we will reform the EU from within, and you do think it is going to become an even less collegial place, potentially, Brussels, over the next 10 years, if you have either or both of those parties in power in France and Germany. And I think against that backdrop, it might then actually mean that there'll be more people in Britain who actually don't fancy it, given all of that.
Kate, how would you vote?
In terms of whether I think it'll happen, I think I don't think it would unless the EU restructures and you somehow, there's sometimes talked about having an outer core of countries who don't particularly want to be there but like the benefits, are not going to commit to a currency, to all the rules. So if somehow it was restructured because it was to its benefit, then I could see Britain playing a role, but otherwise I'd probably think it's unlikely.
So let's see how you guys voted. Maybe could we get the results up on the screen and see? Yes. Wow. Oh, wow. 61%. Wow.
There they go. Still going.
Oh, can I say it?
You've convinced
the ayes have it. That's as close as I'll ever get to be Speaker of the House. The ayes have it. Okay. All right. The second one. Can we get the second question, which was, will Nigel Farage ever be Prime Minister in the UK? How do we vote? Drum roll. Oh,
quite close.
Very close.
Oh,
come on.
Oh, my goodness.
What's going on?
We need to get to 48, 52.
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay, stop the voting. Okay, 52% said. Someone's having a laugh. Okay, they're tied. I can't say either the eyes or the nose. Okay, final question. Will England win the World Cup this year? Honestly, I think they're a tidy-looking team. Go Harry Kane. Let's see. Oh, come on, London. Oh, thank you, everyone, for your time. Big round of applause for Rachel and Kate.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Carmel. Always a treat. Make sure you tune into that podcast. We've got two final sessions for the day, both focused on tech and AI. The second one includes Boy George, so please don't miss that one. This one is also extremely compelling. It's in partnership with LSEG. It's going to explore European competitiveness and AI, so sits well on the back of what we've just heard. Please welcome Arturo Briz, the director of the IMD World Competitiveness Center, and Arturo will introduce his panelists. Come on out.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be moderating this panel, which I think is going to be highly interested with two speakers and contributors of a super high caliber. My name is Arturo Briz. I am the director of the IMD World Competitiveness Center, based in Lausanne, Switzerland. We're in an interesting period for the center because in 2 days we are announcing the World Competitiveness results, the ranking of the year, which basically establishes which economies are the most successful in the world, out of 70 economies. And I want to start with that for our discussion today, because obviously when we look at Europe, for many years, the top 20 most competitive economies of the world have included European economies, from the Netherlands to Austria, Switzerland, and even the UK. In the last years, this has been changing, and we have been losing the race in the prosperity journey, as, for example, Mario Draghi has introduced. And certainly, artificial intelligence may be at the root of it. Okay? To discuss the role of artificial intelligence in the sovereignty of Europe and the future of Europe and its prosperity, I'm going to introduce to our speakers Nesh Jalal. He's the group head of workflows at the London Stock Exchange. Thank you. And Kaveh Portneimour, who is the Chief Digital Information Officer at Rolls-Royce. And the discussion that I want to have with them is in the context of a European prospect. Okay? Let me start, Nesh, with you. Talking about the current mantra about Europe, we usually hear the US innovates, Europe regulates, and China copies. Okay? I have written about this, and I think that this is completely wrong in the three bases. But recently, the United States has formulated AI regulation that is what they call light touch, compared to the European approach that is much more controlling. How do you see these differences, and do you see opportunities for Europe of our regulatory approach?
Thanks, Arturo, and great to be here. And so the context from my perspective is we serve financial professionals across various sectors in the form of banking, wealth management, traders, and these individuals, as this group appreciates, they manage risk and they take opportunities every day, and therefore trust is critical. And the irony about this particular framing is that it presents governance against innovation, but I would argue in financial services, governance unlocks innovation. And so for us, in practical terms, this means that by design, what we're thinking about is how we can demonstrate on a consistent basis the quality, the accuracy, the auditability of the insights that we serve our users to be able to take action. And a specific example of this is the transition of what we would historically describe as a terminal, a single destination super app with the tools, the content that financial professionals require, and a transition to agentic workflows that enable our users to do things like perform deep research in minutes that would historically take hours or sometimes days. So happy to elaborate on that, but that would be my starting position.
Thank you. And somehow related to that, Kavi, your organization obviously is in a key industry, and then you need to embrace AI, but you need to also combine, implementation and experimentation. And how do you do that specifically at Rolls-Royce when it comes to implementing AI solutions?
Well, thank you, Arthur, again for having me on this panel. For those who don't know, I guess Rolls-Royce is in the business of power, whether it's powering airplanes, engines, or there's locomotives or data centers. We generate powers, and we are across different industries, from civil industry, aerospace industry, to defense industry, to nuclear industry. And as such, you're dealing with a very regulated industry. And introducing technologies like AI, you have to take care around how you introduce technologies that are at best very probabilistic. You're trying to apply it into a very exact technical environments. Where you want human judgment, you want to be able to make sure that everything goes absolutely to 100%, and you've got redundancies built into your systems. So as such, for us, it's not about experimentation. It's about creating a clear hypothesis for the use cases that we have for applying AI, and being very clear around where AI creates value, and being able to systematically go through a process of testing that hypothesis, making sure that we develop a pilot, and then a prototype, a pilot, and then scale it up across the organization. And for us, success is when you get it scaled up. So if you're just getting into the prototype and pilot, and you don't go into the scaling it up, you haven't realized the value. So this is why, for us, we are putting quite a lot of emphasis around the exactness of how we apply AI into our business.
And as we were discussing earlier, in the future there will be many different technologies. What is the framework, your organization, to embrace all of these potential technologies that are going to come? And how do you allow for flexibility? So obviously you cannot stick to one single technology.
So we've recognizing the fact that technologies will evolve. The players that may exist today that are providing AI may not exist tomorrow, or there may be companies that may be coming in very shortly, become the biggest players. So the framework we've created, we call it AIR, AI for Rolls-Royce. And within this framework, we've looked at starting with the guardrails that you build around here, so that you do not accidentally also make a mistake by doing the wrong things, whether it's the product safety, AI around our product safety, or AI around our organizational safety. We have created very clear policies that have surrounded this AIR platform. And within that AIR platform, we have created an architecture that is flexible enough that you can create and insert the right LLMs at the right point. And recognizing that LLM that you use maybe outdated, and then you create another one. And it's not also the large language models, but in an organization like us, where we have a heritage of data, we have so much data, 100 years of data. If you think about an engine, an aircraft engine has got thousands of parts, and every one of those parts have got a history of data around it. So being able to make sure within this AIR platform, you've got the right governances around data, around the technology stack that you use, and the policies that you have are the framework we've created to give us that flexibility.
Yeah. And I think you were referring earlier to the importance of governance and the competitive advantage that regulation can give to Europe. But I think related to that, there's also the issue of trust, which I think, in our competitive ranking, we also see that one of the differentiating factors of the most successful economies today is that capital and companies, they trust the most successful nations because of good regulation, because of good institutions. So, what is the role of trust when it comes to AI and implementation of solutions based on AI?
And I definitely want to connect it to the point around the way you think about architecting that affords you the flexibility required. The way we've approached things has been similar in that, for decades we're in the business of effectively providing that trusted data for financial markets. And the underpinning of that is about the governance, is about the data quality. In the AI era, what we've done is it's not just about our proprietary data, it's where we partner with others and we make sure it goes through a system that ultimately adheres to our quality standards and it's licensed, so that when we serve that information, whether it's proprietary or manufactured data or it's third-party data, again, it's regulatory grade. The next kind of layer of the stack is about making sure that from a large language model perspective, I fully agree. I'd go as far as saying you could say that there's a commoditization in that there isn't that much of a difference. There are some leading players now, as well as the point regarding the uncertainty of how things pan out. So you want that optionality. Where we see a differentiation opportunity is at the decision layer. The ability to combine the probabilistic magic that comes with AI, which is great at thinking, but it's not very good at remembering. And so where we can bring those deterministic frameworks, whether it's a watch list, whether it's a portfolio, whether it's the numbers that we serve that are predefined, in actual terms or derived through our analytics, balancing that information in a coherent way that helps a user complete their job, to put a trade on, to manage risk, to adjust the portfolio, is where we think that is pertinent. And the other kind of trend that is relevant for LSEG is that we signed a long-term agreement with Microsoft. And again, this ties back into the paradigm shift of single terminal to delivering our insights everywhere. And what that means is, through the Microsoft ecosystem now, whether it's Teams or it's their M365 product suite, or indeed Copilot, what we're doing is we are embedding LSEG agents that complete jobs associated to financial goals. And that's certainly another element. So just to kind of wrap it, the trust element is being able to deliver these governed agents that come with the licensing, the governance, the entitlements, and so on, that can be delivered in any of these surfaces.
If I may also build on this concept of the trust, because it is quite an important element. There is obviously a school of thought out there that says, AI, you need to have a speed of delivery, get the AI agents, they're out there faster and faster and quicker. In a company like ours, an organization like us, it's not about the speed, but it's the quality that you deliver, because any AI agents you're trying to deploy are going to be are working on very important matters. So you want it to be exact. So that's why the governance as you build, there's a lot of rigor of testing of these things. So there's not an element of let's just release it there for people to figure this out. You have to we test it a lot before we actually get it into the production, because that's the element of the trust, that if you are releasing a product that has got quality issues, you are eroding the trust of your employees, your customers, your suppliers, your partners, and that's where you don't want to get into.
Perhaps I can just further kind of build with a couple of examples in that. And what's been it's intuitive and quite obvious, but it's also fascinating when you're seeing it in real time with financial professionals who just value the ability to look at an insight and then click a button that takes you through to the transcript. The underlying words in a document that was part of the fundamental insight, or the thinking process, the full transparency of how the model interpreted the question and then played back the answer. And so there's a user experience element that by design it's a critical juncture to ensure that we deliver on that trust. And speaking to different types of users, whether it's people on the desk or at the executive level, they need to be able to demonstrate that in order to make decisions on the back of it. But then in the back end, it's back to the evaluation process, the testing, and also it's about the accuracy of the response, but also ensuring that you're not answering questions that you're not supposed to. That's important too.
I mean, to me, there are also two aspects of the trust issue. One is the trust in the technology and the faith that we can have in the solution that it gives us. I think also one of the advantages that I think Europe can have on that front is that, for example, vis-à-vis China, I think given our regulatory framework, but also given our democratic systems, I think we can trust much more in the use of AI for non-spurious reasons. And I mean, it has been some evidence recently showing that China is using artificial intelligence to enhance the autocratic power of the state, which I think we never think about that, but it gives us a very important competitive advantage, including the United States, that is becoming more autocratic as well in the use of AI. I mean, the recent decisions with Anthropic, I think, prove that point. But we have talked about governance, trust. We have talked about framework. Kaveh, I think in Rolls-Royce you have a large ecosystem which involves customers, of course, partners. How do you deal with those partnerships? Because you cannot just develop AI solutions on your own. What is the importance of those partnerships?
Again, I think as part of the framework that you have, you've got to be very clear around the partnerships that you're going to establish. And partnerships will be at different levels. For AI isn't just about the large language models, isn't about the data. It's also about the infrastructure that you have. The data centers you use in an organization like us where we can't just hold the data in anywhere. We have to have we deal with defense data of different countries. So we have to kind of abide by the sovereignty of those data, and where that data gets processed matters also. So for us, it's all about making sure that we are establishing the right partnership with our ecosystem of our suppliers, making sure that you're choosing, again, you have the trust, the trust that you have established with those suppliers. With our businesses, we believe that the best ideas on AI isn't actually people sitting in the center and dreaming of AI use cases. The best ideas actually comes from the front end. And we have very smart people. We've got some of the best engineers in the world out there. So, you don't create basically use cases there. You go to them and say, what problems are you trying to solve? What are the challenges that day-to-day you have? And you'd be amazed how much opportunities and use cases that comes up. So you establish partnership and trust with those frontline teams that are dealing with the day-to-day challenges that are going to ultimately own the AI capabilities that you're going to give them. Because at the end of the day, these AI capabilities, you give them AI agents, they're going to become part of your workforce. So you have to kind of take care of them and look after them and so on. You can't do that central. You have to kind of make sure that you do that in collaboration with your frontline teams. So in that ecosystem of partnership you establish, that value chain of from an idea to get it basically into live and realize the value, which is the most important aspect, and to make sure the safeguards are in place. That requires a partnership, and nobody can do it alone. Nobody, doesn't matter how big your organization is, partnership is key to making sure. And central to that partnership is the trust that you have, how you work with each other and delivering this.
Obviously, we will be welcoming questions from all of you through Slido, and you will see the QR code in a second. But as we continue the conversation, you can you can also post your questions. Next, I have a question for you related to that. So, I think having these open ecosystems and then these partnerships is very, very relevant. But what about the commercial use of it? That is, would you agree that they have a commercial basis much more than this isolated AI implementation?
Yeah, look, yes. I think certainly from an LSEG perspective, both commercially, architecturally, we are open. And we believe in that because you can bring the right specialists, the best of breed, so to speak, depending on the problem that you're solving. So whether it's other data providers, it's the frontier model providers of which we have optionality, and also the way in which we distribute our data, we're very much an open ecosystem in that regard. And one specific example is the integrations that we have built within Microsoft Teams allow us to deliver workflows that also include our partner agents, not just the LSEG created agents. So one of the partners we have are a specialist in pre and post trade trading type performance data, known as TCA. And in the context of a workflow between an asset manager and a bank trading desk, historically that type of communication is spreadsheets and phone calls, and it's ad hoc and very inefficient. Now you're in Teams and you're able to assess execution performance by interacting with an agent that delivers that information seamlessly. So these are real workflows, and we can see the tangible value from our users. Yeah.
We can start taking questions from the audience. The first one, I like it because it makes already the statement that Europe will win. So it's not an if. So how we will win? Through regulation, infrastructure, or specialization? Who wants to take that?
I mean, from my perspective, I think I don't know that there's a winner as such. What I would say is that if the US are well positioned in terms of frontier models, certainly Europe is really well positioned in terms of that governance around the deployment layer. For me, the edge comes from how you combine the two. And so I think Europe is very well positioned in that regard, but clearly to scale and to drive adoption, you need to be able to create and drive the innovation and that feedback loop.
I mean, I think that Europe is well positioned, and I put UK into that also, well positioned in terms of the AI. And it's not, again, one winner, one loser. I think there is sufficient investments going in Europe, Asia, in China, in US, that the AI agenda is going to advance significantly. But I think one thing that we have in Europe, which is actually a key asset, to make AI work, you need to have data. And imagine the industries that we have the legacy of industries that we have in Europe, how much data that we have. If we can kind of harmonize that and get that data, then, even take our national health service here, how much data we have there that can be leveraged. That's what AI needs, data.
Yes. I like the question at the bottom. I'm a finance professor myself, and I'm confronted with this problem today with AI. I teach a corporate finance class to MBA students, and I teach them free cash flow valuation, Markowitz, diversification. And at the end of the class, and right before the exam, I tell them, unfortunately, everything that you have learned from my course is totally useless. You still need to pass the exam. But I think I go to that question, how will financial services look like in 5 years from now? Because we, at least from my perspective, will not even have a theory of financial markets.
I'll frame kind of the present, and then I'll compare it to that. From my perspective, the present is about a lot of these terminals that are click and point, and there's a race at the moment to clearly integrate how these AI capabilities to help with discoverability, with task automation, with portfolio level kind of analysis and summaries and so on. But the convention is very much based on apps, which by definition are kind of individual experiences that you search, and everybody's kind of familiar with that world. For us, the way in which we're moving is what I would describe as headless. So what I mean by that is we are really focusing on that intelligence layer. So think about the ability to deliver different types of agents, whether it's to search, it's for deep research, it's to perform company intelligence, and to be able to take the right insights, the right visualizations, but deliver that everywhere. That's the orchestration framework that we've built, and very much at the heart of the workflows that we see in the future.
Thank you. And Kaveh, this one is for you. What is the biggest execution gap between ambition and reality? This, I guess, is also more of a leadership question as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty, but maybe if I take one, I think the sovereign cloud natures that we have in various parts in UK is still not there yet in terms of, I know that there's investments going on in establishing sovereign clouds that you can host your data in there. It's still not there. I think there's work that's going on. That's also across Europe is also being worked on. But that's one of the execution gaps that exist today, or capability gaps that exist today.
Ines, you want to add something?
Yeah, happy to kind of take another question here around capability and literacy across organizations. I think that it's documented that there seems to be kind of an increasing gap for those who are embracing the tools or have access to the tools versus those that don't. And I think this is real. And so I don't have a kind of a solution as such, but I would kind of want to acknowledge it and say that certainly from an LSEG perspective, this is of the utmost importance, and we've really prioritized the adoption of various tools. We're not prescribing one tool over the other. We're allowing it to play out, but we're kind of encouraging the use of these tools and the integration into our employees' workflows.
If I may just pick this one also, for us training was quite important and awareness was very important, but before actually going into anywhere close to teaching about the tool training, we actually started the training around the what you need to be aware of about, because the AI can be a good thing, but it can also be quite harmful also if it's not used correctly. So we put a lot of emphasis around that part that people understand the guardrails on using AI, and at the executive levels, to the board levels, to down grassroots levels, we are continuing to drive that education and literacy around not just AI but also data, the importance of data, how to look after the data.
I come from a business school, and I saw that this was a problem at the beginning with AI, because in the same way that you don't discuss internet-driven business model starting with the TCP/IP protocol, in many of our AI classes at the beginning, we were focusing too much on the technology, how LLMs work, and this is irrelevant for executives. I think it's much more of the second-order questions. How can you implement and which problems you can solve. But not how the technology works.
Especially in a world that there's so much hype out there. There's so much hype about AI. To be able to decipher that for the organization to say what's reality, what is relevant to us, that in itself requires a bit of an education itself.
Also, a connected behavior is over-trusting the answer to the extent that you're not validating it to the extent you would ordinarily. In the spirit of just over a minute to go, I'm happy to kind of do
You're a fantastic moderator. You moderate better than
there was a question on when wouldn't you want to answer. I think that the underpinning of trust and credibility is to ensure that you stick to your domain. If you start asking questions about something else, nefarious or otherwise, then you're not sticking to the scope. So that was what I meant by that. And there was another question on when does regulation become helpful for innovation or competitive advantage. Again, I think regulation underpins trust, and maybe in the context of kind of regionally, what does that put us? Again, from a financial services perspective, regulation informs governance. Governance unlocks the ability for us to create those trusted experiences.
Okay. Because we have 30 seconds left, and in the best Swiss spirit, let me ask you a yes or no question. So currently 75% of the computing power in AI comes from the United States. Do you believe that in the next 2 generations we can catch up with the US in Europe in terms of computing power, data centers, AI applications?
Do I believe? Yes.
Bravo.
I believe yes too.
Thank you. That's it. You know, approve. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much indeed. Right, we come to our final session of the day. The use of AI, hotly debated, of course, everywhere from schools to the workplace, perhaps no more so than in the creative industries, film, music, art. In fact, just last week at the AI Summit here in London, I listened to the creators of the first full-length feature film. I think it was a 95-minute film that premiered in Cannes. It was produced entirely by AI in 2 weeks by 15 people at a cost of $500,000. There was a mix of a depressed audience and an elated, excited audience there. To discuss the role of AI in creating and disseminating music, please welcome Reuters correspondent Andy Bruce, and he will introduce this final panel of the day. Come on out.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Andy Bruce. I'm UK economics correspondent at Reuters. I suspect I'm not going to be the star of this show. But although I'm a journalist, music's very close to my heart. My second career, in a way, is playing piano for people on various albums and tours and things like that. So I volunteered to do this panel, and it's a great pleasure to be joined by everybody here. So I'm here with Carlita Higginson, who is the Chief Digital Officer at Warner Music, a global record company with lots of different record labels under its wing. And also I'm here with Victoria Oakley, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the IFPI, which is an umbrella body for record labels. And, of course, Boy George, who's joining us from New York. And I thought I'd get the conversation going with you first, Boy George, if you don't mind, about you are launching an initiative about, and it's called Artist Included, and it focuses on artists and AI. So tell us about that first. What is it, and why are you passionate about it?
Well, it focuses on hit songs that artists like myself have lost absolute control of. You know, when you start your career, this is not me even moaning, you know, but then when you start your career, you're not thinking long term, right? You're not thinking of the future. And, you know, nowadays, the kind of things that we would have agreed to 30 years ago would just be an outrageous contract now. So, you know, a song that I go out every day and promote constantly, it's like the song that I take everywhere I go. It gives me a lot as well. This is me saying I get a lot from it, but perhaps I need a little bit more. And so what I've done is created a situation where an artist like me, for the purpose of a particular hit record like Carmen Chameleon, can go in, re-sing it, try and capture the nuance of that original recording, you know, literally remembering that there was no technology. You know, we used a lot of reverbs and delays, and, you know, there was things that we just wouldn't have to do now. But the main thing is to kind of capture the essence of the performance, and it's not as easy as it sounds, because over the years when you perform a song live, it becomes more bluesy. It takes on a whole different experience of the road and what's happening in your life, and it becomes another thing altogether. So going back to the studio to create as close as you can, what we had to do was re-sing it, and then luckily our original producer, Steve Levine, had access to post-contract demos of me singing in my 19-year-old voice, you know. And that somehow they put those two together, and after a few goes, they came back with something that I think could have been from the same sessions. Like, it's that close for me. I would say that the comment I'm getting a lot from people is that it's warmer. So I think what you have is all the experience of who you are as a person and what you've been through, brought onto a subject that is so naive and young and not worldly, not travelled, hasn't been through much, but singing as if you understand what's coming. So I think there's such a massive human aspect to it, which I think is the great twist, is that the technology is making the moment possible, but the moment wouldn't exist without the human experiences. And I think everything that you do as an artist is about context. Why you were doing it, what you were wearing, what the political climate was, what was going on socially in terms of, you know, freedom of rights. All that stuff makes a difference to the kind of music that you make. And in the case, I know I'm sorry giving you a long answer.
No, it's all good.
In the case of Karma Chameleon, Culture Club were making this soul record. They're making this beautiful soul record that was a tribute to, you know, all the American soul artists that we loved. And I come in with Karma Chameleon, which was a total spanner in the works. A very Gemini thing to do, go, let's do a country track. And I had to literally fight with the rest of the guys to get this track on the album. It was the last thing to go on. And I was convinced that this was the #1 record. Having maybe had 2 minor hits, I actually had my first #1, but I became an authority, as all artists do. And I was like, this is a surefire winner. And look where we are. You know, we're still talking about that song.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you've built this as an ethical AI project. And I wanted to ask you, Carlita, you know, what does ethical, responsible use of AI in the music industry look like? You know, I know Warner's had a couple of examples of maybe helping artists who've lost their voices and things like that. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. I think one great example that I like to think about is the Randy Travis example. So Randy Travis was an icon country music singer. And in 2013, he had a debilitating stroke that caused him to lose his ability to speak, you know, primarily, and it really effectively ended his singing career. And so as the technology evolved, in 2024, he ended up working with his producers, his longtime producers, Warner Music Nashville, and they got together with him and his creative team. They trained a model, so similar to, you know, what Boy George is talking about. They trained a model, an ethical model, fully licensed, with the vocal stems, his vocal stems that he had licensed and owned vis-a-vis Randy Travis and the label. And they were able to get a vocal surrogate who re-recorded the music, and the AI mapped on top of that vocal surrogate's songs with Randy Travis's timbre, his style. Randy Travis went into the studio to produce this together, where he directed the storytelling. He directed the vocal performance in terms of the pacing and the style of it to create an entirely new recording. And it was an amazing and incredible way for him to work with this technology, get his voice back, to be able to sing again after, you know, having lost that. And so it was an artist using the tools in a creative way to really, you know, sing again.
Great. And Victoria, for you, I mean, you know, your body represents, I think it's over 8,000 record labels, something like that. I mean, from your perspective, do you think AI is something that's going to help grow the music economy, or is it kind of too soon to say and it's actually more of a risk?
No, I absolutely think it's an opportunity to grow, as you call it, the music economy, but also to create more and different opportunities for artists. So you've heard from Boy George and you've heard from Carlita about some of the frankly very cool ways in which you can use AI in the creative process. There's also the piece which is about licensing. What record labels really want to do and are doing is enter into licensing agreements with ethical AI models, and with that comes a new stream of revenue that frankly wasn't there before. And certainly what I see from the record labels that I have the privilege to work with is they absolutely want to make sure they can explore that and make good use of it for their artists, because they're always looking to make sure that their artists can reach new audiences and reach new sources of revenue.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing about the expansion of AI, it's sort of different in every country, how they regulate it and things like that. I mean, I know you might have some strong thoughts on which countries are doing it well and which countries are doing it badly.
I feel like you're leading the witness, Andy.
Yeah.
Look, I think this is really difficult for governments to get right, yeah? They're looking at this massive influx of tech and innovation, and they're trying to figure out, do they leave it alone and let it happen? Do they invite it in? What should the rules of the road be? So I have, as somebody who spent 20 years as a policy official inside government, I have a lot of sympathy for the people trying to figure this out. But my very strong view from the music business perspective is that what we want is an environment of business certainty where record labels, on behalf of their artists, can enter into licensing agreements. So, allowing the marketplace to do its thing, as it were, and to work and to thrive. The risk is that we're seeing a number of governments who think, and I think we've got some tech companies whispering in their ears and giving them all sorts of promises that may or may not bear fruit, but asking them to create all sorts of exceptions and rules that mean that these AI models should be allowed to absorb all musical content, other people's works, without having to seek permission or to pay for it. And that, frankly, from our perspective, is quite simply wrong. And I'm completely unconvinced by the argument that innovation will stall, AI will stop, etc., if you don't allow AI companies to have access to all music for free. That argument just doesn't add up for me. And I think it's perfectly possible to have an openness to innovation and to ensure that AI can access the things that it really needs to, whether that's around medical research or whatever it might be, whilst at the same time having the right rules of the road that don't get in the way of music and artists' work, and that licensing space to really grow in order to provide a source of revenue for artists.
And Carlita, I mean, Warner being a very global group, what's your sense of which places are doing it right?
Sure. Well, I'll start first by saying, I completely agree with Vicky and the approach, and obviously, we work very closely with IFPI. I think the way that we think about it is kind of in these 3 L's, if you will. There is the legislation piece, which, we think that it's critical that we set up and work with different bodies and different organizations in different countries to figure out what are the right guardrails that should be in place. And obviously there's, legislation that needs to happen state to state, country to country, and it's important that, we have lobbyists and people on the ground doing the right, guardrails. Litigation is another key component because there are sometimes just bad actors who are going to test the bounds with respect to those guardrails. And it's important that we take punitive actions against those bad actors, and there's a deterrent effect. But most fundamentally, and the most sort of powerful component of it all, in my opinion, is the licensing. Because the licensing allows us to proactively figure out what the right economic framework should be, that shows what the right guardrails should be with respect to these services who want to come to us and do it properly. And it allows us to power what we need to do when we go in from a legislation perspective, when we go in from a litigation perspective, to demonstrate that there is this framework that exists and that there is a right way to strike these deals in a way that will be accretive to the music industry as a whole, while allowing for that innovation by these models.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you want me to name and shame, then
Please
I'm prepared to do it.
Go for it.
I think there are countries that have been trying to square this circle, as I said, and the UK is quite an interesting example. So is Australia, having had a really good look at it. Initially thought they were going to go for what we call this TDM exception, which would essentially be a free-for-all, and then have consulted widely with stakeholders across the creative industries and beyond, and have decided to step away from that. So I think you've got the UK, Australia, Canada, Hong Kong and China, not necessarily natural bedfellows, who have chosen that path. You've got some countries that have that unhelpful free-for-all exception in place already, in Japan and Singapore. Now, they passed that legislation well before we really had our knowledge of what generative AI can do. And so I think what we're encouraging is for them to look again at those rules, given that we now know some more about the scope of this. You've also got countries that haven't decided one way or the other yet. I've been keeping a very close eye on India, on Chile, on Thailand, and very much hoping that they hear these arguments and go in the right direction that protects their creativity and their culture, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like what the public think, I saw an Ipsos survey, and it found like 80% of the public want to see music that's used AI labelled as such, you know, on the streaming platforms and things. But George, I wondered, you know, what do you think about that? I mean, surely you wouldn't want, you know, your latest version of Carl Chameleon with a big kind of AI label attached to it on whatever platform people are using.
I think it's important to be honest about what you're doing. I mean, that's what makes it ethical. You know, we're choosing to do it. It's not an accident. And, you know, you're hearing all the time other people taking classic songs and turning them into doo-wop versions, and everybody's freaking out. But I think the truth of the matter is a good song is still a good song, right? And the most important thing is the idea. And that can only come from a human perspective. Why did you do that song? What were you feeling? What were you wearing, importantly? And, you know, again, what was the social climate? What was going on for you emotionally? You know, what is your relationship with the world? I personally think that always still matters. And what AI can do is kind of grant you the permission to use all those ideas that are in your head in a sped-up version. It cuts out the small talk.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, I've sort of met a lot of songwriters myself and had a chat to some of them about what their thoughts are on AI just ahead of this panel. And, you know, they kind of, most of them that I spoke to agree with you, George, and kind of, you know, it doesn't make they're not worried about it in a creative sense. You know, it might even be helpful in some circumstances, you know, using it as a little songwriting tool, but they do worry about, you know, their songs just being fed into a big machine and then regurgitated in a different way and not getting kind of any money back for it, basically. I mean, and that's already happened to a large degree. I mean, is there a meaningful remedy for that, Carlita, or was that ship sailed completely now?
I definitely do not think that ship has sailed. And in fact, if you look at some of the deals that we've done, Suno being a good example of that, where they had been, you know, out there infringing. We had sued them ourselves, along with Universal and Sony had sued them. But yet they were ready and willing and able to sort of strike a licensing deal. And as part of that licensing deal, there was a settling out of you know, the issues from the past, but there was also the guardrails for the go forward, which they had to adhere to shutting down their old unlicensed model, which they're working on doing, to launch a new fully licensed model where it's only going to be cleared content. As part of that, we have the economic framework that makes it, again, accretive to the industry. It's the right monetization principles that we have established in terms of that deal. Udio is another example of an entity that we had been suing, and they had come to the table. They were ready to license. They were ready to deprecate their old unlicensed model and figure out the right, you know, economics for the go forward. And so I definitely think that there is, you know, opportunity, lots of opportunity there for us to figure out what should be in place for actors who want to come and do the license models. Once we have all of these licensing arrangements, it also sets the precedent for the industry, that the industry can see, and other platforms can use that as the example to do, you know, the licensing in the right way.
I mean, you may have seen Deezer, the streaming platform, has kind of announced it's going to filter AI-generated music. Does Warner support kind of limiting the visibility or the monetization of AI music?
I think it's very important that as we do deals, both when we think about the deals with the new AI platforms, as well as thinking about the deals, our existing streaming services that may or may not be getting into it, that we're figuring out and stemming any dilution that would happen with respect to AI content that's just appearing, particularly AI content that hasn't been licensed, that hasn't been authorized by us in terms of appearance on these platforms. Those things shouldn't be monetized. What we are focused on is we are focused on centering and bolstering human artistry and licensed content on the platform. And so as we think about artist-centric and we think about the monetization principles around here, we lean heavily into that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's worth digging in a little bit further to some of what Deezer is doing, and I agree, it's super interesting. But what they're really showing is this huge amount of AI-generated tracks, and really by that we mean AI-generated. We're not talking about the sort of thing George was talking about at the beginning, or Carlita was talking about, where you're using AI as an approved tool as part of the creative process. But really, we're talking about a direct prompt. You ask the machine to make a song. There's not much creative process involved at all. Those kinds of tracks, there are a lot of them out there, and that's really interesting. What Deezer is showing is that there is a sort of bit of a flooding of the marketplace with this kind of AI-generated slop, frankly, which is very, very different to an excellent piece of artistry with AI tools as a support. The other thing that's really interesting about the Deezer statistics is it shows that hardly anybody is listening to any of this stuff. So of the thousands and thousands of AI-generated tracks that are being or attempted to be uploaded to a platform like Deezer, nobody's listening to them.
Which is an important context, because when we think about monetization and we think about that fixed pool, to the extent that people aren't listening to it, to the extent that there is content that's pure AI, fully AI generated content that's being used for fraudulent streaming, those things should be addressed, should come out of the share. Those things should not dilute the economic pool.
Yeah. Excuse me. Just to return back to the kind of artist view, the idea that as a songwriter your songs will be used for kind of these unlicensed models, and bits of it might kind of turn up. Boy George, I mean, does that worry you?
It doesn't worry me, because I think anything that helps you to become a better writer or a better sharer of your ideas, anything that facilitates that, whether it's sitting in a room with a guitarist, whether it's doing it with a computer, whether it's doing it with a piano, all of that stuff, I say write the song, put it to the side, write the next song. Don't worry about where it's going to go, because this technology will change. But I think as a writer, and as a kind of person that is obsessed with pop culture, you cannot ignore AI. It's folly to do so. Yes. So you have to kind of try and grab hold of it and see where it can take you. But I still think, Bowie is always Bowie, Boy George is always Boy George, Madonna is always Madonna, and the next person to come through that noise will have to have something interesting to say. So people aren't going to listen if there's no message. The message is the essential weapon, whether it's with robots or a real guitarist. It's like, what are you telling me? What's the story? What's the narrative? And that can only come from the human imagination.
Yeah. I mean, there's already been a couple of examples of, artists who've heard an album ostensibly by them that AI has written. I mean, if someone had written a Boy George album and completely through AI, I mean, what would you think?
My favourite thing, actually, and over the past few years, there have been a lot of people that have come up to me and said, I wrote a song in your style using this app. And they play it to me, and I'm like, I would never write a song like that. I mean, first of all, the context and the subject matter will always be very personal. The way I look at love, the way I look at life, it is very individual. So, and the lucky thing for me is that I'm able to use jazz music, folk music, piano, jazz, anything that's always been available to me as a writer. I don't feel restricted. And I think what AI does is it kind of gets you to the point you want to make quicker. So it's time used in a positive way. But you still, you know, I went on tour last year, I sang songs that I'd written with AI, but I played them with a real band. And it takes on another level of humanity because there's nothing that can compete with free live brass players. Do you know what I mean? And when they've got a strong melody to play, you're always back to the human aspect, you know. Even a band like Kraftwerk, even though they're kind of not seen as a kind of pop band, if it wasn't them there playing it, people would have an issue.
Yeah.
Even they can't divorce themselves from, in a way, they were the beginning of this. They started this whole conversation.
I think we've got time for a couple of audience questions as well. If anyone here would like to talk, we've got a couple online that have come in already. I think I'll start with the online ones. So maybe this would be a good one for you, Carlita. Who captures the value in AI-generated music? Artists, tech, or the platforms?
So I think that what we're seeing and what we are going to see is with respect to AI music and these tools that's really sort of democratizing the creation, is that you're seeing a growing of the pie. So in terms of the capturing of the value will happen with respect to all of those stakeholders, right? The way that we think about it in terms of the deals that we're doing is we are only doing deals that reflect the proper value of music, and that proper value of music is really being driven towards something where we're looking at incremental revenue based on higher subscriber tiers that we're putting these tools will be behind paywalls that grow that ultimate pie, both from a revenue that's happening on that subscription platform, but also revenue that's flowing back to our artists and our songwriters. And so, I think the important thing is that this is not substitutional or dilutive. It's providing a new and different way to engage with content for which we are charging more. We're having users charge more to pay for the privilege of being able to do, this creativity. It'll also lead to more consumption of content in terms of the growth of that pie that we're talking about.
I think in my role as scaremonger-in-chief, however, the concern I would have is that there is a worrying answer to that question, which is that tech can capture the value of AI-generated music if we don't get the rules of the road out there correctly. And so again, to go back to my worry and the argument that we're making to governments is they mustn't allow this sort of free-for-all where any new AI tech invention can use anybody's music for free to generate new music that then indeed competes with the original music. That is a world in which there is a wrong answer to this question, but I think in the places where we're getting it right, we will absolutely see the growing of the pie and the appropriate sharing across different players.
And that is why it is fundamental for us to have a seat at the licensing table and really structure the deals that become the basis and the framework for that incrementality that I'm talking about.
Yeah. And one for you, Boy George. Would AI have been able to create Karma Chameleon, do you think?
Yes and no. I mean, if you take the view that all words exist, all possible melodies exist, all rhythms exist, of course it could be created, but as a song on its own, without me and my dramas, I'm not sure if it would have the gravitas. It's about, again, we're back to the human story. David Bowie, yes, could be created by default, but without the essence of that person. And this is something that I'm sure Bowie would have jumped all over because he was ahead of everything. And, I use them always as my kind of go-to. Whenever I'm doing anything, I always think, what would Bowie do? What would his position be on this artistically? And I use a lot of those processes anyway. But I think that AI is, when I play it to my musician friends, they look scared.
Yeah.
They go white. Whereas for me, I'm beaming because I'm like, oh my God, this is so exciting. But again, playing it with real people is so fun as well. It's all about the song. And I would say any way you get the song, a bit like when you're making art, there's no logic to art. All art is absurd, because if you take the view that technology is only giving you what you already know is out there, when you sit with a guitarist, you're going to say, oh, make it a bit bluesy. Are you stealing from someone when you start suggesting that? Or, you say maybe a bit more 70s. And we use literal references in bands, make it more Bowie, do a bit of Smiths, but add a bit of Fleetwood Mac, because all music, as all style, is interchangeable. And what AI has given you is this big, massive pantry of these ideas that you can now choose to put together. I'm not sure if it's easy now for anyone to create something that is unusual. And possibly it will be an AI-only pop star or an AI-only band that they don't want any human interaction with. I hope I write that song.
Yeah. Well, I know it was your birthday the other day, and I had this idea, perhaps a rousing happy birthday to you from all these executives in the room might be a slightly weird way to end the day, but I'm going to chicken out of that. So I'll just finish with the last question. When's your next album coming out?
I'm actually working on an album called Fear of an AI Planet, which is something I've been working on for the last few months. And again, it's full of different types of music that I have tampered with in the past, but then, as an artist, you get stuck in a groove sometimes. And I've been using the AI to kind of question, what would I have done had I had absolute artistic freedom? What would I have said as a gay man if I didn't have free semi-straight people saying, might be a bit too gay, So I think that in terms of, guiding where you want to go spiritually and emotionally and intellectually, there is a freedom in this that you don't have someone looking over your shoulder, putting sometimes their point of view could be really helpful. Two angry men in a rock band, there's nothing better than that, Oasis. You can't recreate that. But, if you've got enough love for music, you're always going to draw on the classics.
Yeah. And
they already exist. There's no soul song you can write that, you can only write about it in a modern context. Sort of deconstructing what was there before, but also respecting. You're always, jazz is jazz, right? It's always jazz, and there's always got to be a story. And without the feeling, rock and roll isn't rock and roll. You have to have that anxiety and that animosity and indifference. Yeah. And the question is, can you get that from technology? This is where it'll get interesting. I think you can write it with technology, but you can't. You can only feel it in a human experience.
Well,
thus far.
That's great. Well, thank you very much. We are out of time. Just one last very quick question. Do you fear the AI planet? Kalita?
I do not fear the AI planet. I think, when I think about AI and what it can look like and what it can look like in the future, it's what Boy George is talking about in many ways, right? There is this tool that allows us to deepen our own human creativity that people can use, that deepens and enhances fan engagement with respect to content and being able to go deeper in content. And then, this tool that, again, provides the opportunity for a creative revenue streams and incremental revenue across the music industry as a whole. And I think that's a very exciting place to be when I think about AI and the AI planet.
And a quick yes or no from you, Victoria.
I don't fear it. I embrace it as long as we get the right rules in place.
Brilliant. Oh, that's a very fitting end. And thank you to everybody.
I copyrighted that title.
Yeah. It's too late. It's out there now. Yeah. All right. Thanks again, everybody. And thanks, everybody, for a really interesting day's discussion. I believe there's some networking drinks, and Axel's going to tell you more about that.
Yeah, I will. What a really refreshing way to end the day. Thanks so much, everyone. Listen, I'm going to do this really, really quickly. That's it for the inaugural Reuters Next here in London. Thanks really to all of you here in person, online as well. We've had about 3.5, 4 million live stream views, 9 million impressions. It's been really superb, the support that we've got online. I just took a quick look at the Reuters wire. If exclusive breaking news is anything to go by, we did a really, really good job today. Of course, it isn't all about making headlines, though. This is about compelling, organic conversations like the one we just heard that get us thinking and that spark debate. So I think as AI continues to be embedded in pretty much everything we do, in a year when we can safely say that we've made the jump from experimentation to execution, the conversations we have over coffee, the conversations we have over lunch on the back of these sessions are invaluable and mustn't lose that energy of human interaction and the sharing of ideas. So look, thank you for helping us create the buzz that makes these events so important and so memorable. And thank you for making the time to be with us today. Safe travels home. We'll see you at Next in London, Singapore, Abu Dhabi or New York, or indeed all four. Let's grab a drink.